Members will please take your seats. Members will please take your seats. Well, it's not 2 o'clock sharp, it's 2:20 sharp. We got most of the twos in there, but it's sharp. Members will please take your seats. We're obviously awaiting some paperwork to be distributed to all of us in the room on our rules calendar so we can move on with the work of the day. So we're going to go ahead and take care of some afternoon business that we normally wait a little bit later to do. So at this time, if I have your attention, if the clerk can have your attention, we're going to move on and we're going to take care of a group of privileged resolutions. The clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Recognizing and commending Major General Randall V. Simmons, Jr., celebrating Abraham Baldwin's Agricultural College's 115th anniversary, recognizing and commending the Indian community in the state of Georgia, congratulating and commending Sarah E. Stottlemyre for receiving the 2023 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award, commending the Muskogee Creek Nation, the Cherokee Nation, and all tribes of Georgia, commending the Greater North Fulton Chamber of Commerce upon its 50th anniversary, and recognizing and commending John B. Howard. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. Okay. We're going on to afternoon orders, but first, I have some information that every member of this body will like to hear about. It's good news. It's great news. Our chairman of K through 12 education and his wife Lori, Chairman Chris Irwin, has a new granddaughter as of today. Ren. Gonna be a happy birthday on crossover day for Miss Wren. That's awesome. Family, everybody's good, right? That's great. Good news. Good news. What a blessing. We're going to recognize for an afternoon order now Chair Lady Lynn Smith for an afternoon order. You're recognized. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I didn't know if I'd get this opportunity or not, but I'm going to be a grandmama for just a second. And my grandson just became an Eagle Scout over the weekend. And those of you who have had children that have gone through that program, including those in the hallway, it's a great, great way to produce productive young adults. And thank you also to all of our organizations in our state that foster and take care of our children. Thank you.
Congratulations. What a great accomplishment. Eagle Scout. That's special. That is very special. Chair will recognize, I'll now recognize Representative Holly. Representative Holly. Here he comes. We're going to do something just a tad different. Representative Holly and friends for an afternoon order. Or is it just you, sir? Friends as well. I'm going to ask you to stand for a moment of silence when Representative Holly begins this afternoon orders, and then you'll be able to, if you will, if that's, I think it's appropriate, then you'll be able to take your seats as he completes his afternoon order. Representative Holly.
Thank you for being so generous, Mr. Speaker. We gathered today to honor a friend of mine, a great Georgian, Charles Thornton, Charles is a longtime friend I've known over 25 years now, and on last Thursday, he was having chest pains, and he went to the hospital and succumbed. He served early on as a lifeguard, a life scout in the Boy Scouts, later going on to Morehouse College to earn his bachelor's and his master's at Webster University. He enlisted in the United States Army. That's where Charles had over 30 jumps as a military parachutist. He served exceptionally as a soldier and medic and joined the Army's Special Operations Unit in a combat tour in Afghanistan with Alpha Company 8th Psychological Operations Battalion. After he finished in Afghanistan, he returned home and returned to civilian life as a CSX train conductor. He served as a local public school science teacher, and he put all his time in creating a program called Elberton's Promise. That was recently he was able to speak about the merits of the program with our Lieutenant Governor Jones, and I'm going to miss how he's always championed me. Charles, I miss your likes on Facebook. I miss your hugs in our alumni meetings. And I know that you've always kept me flying without wings. But I thank God for you and him giving you wings for eternity. If we all can just honor him with a brief moment of silence, let the state of Georgia acknowledge the life of Charles Thornton. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mandisha Thomas is recognized. If Representative Thomas is recognized, if you hold just for a second. Members, if you'll stand as we offer a moment of silence. Representative Thomas will give us the name that we're honoring, and we'll pause for a moment of silence, and then you may be seated as she gives us some important details about this person's life. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is for a group of teens in Douglasville, Georgia. Thank you, members of the body. Greetings, colleagues. I rise today to acknowledge the tragic death at a Sweet 16 party event that took place over the weekend in District 65 in Douglasville, Georgia. From what we know, the incident was speared by more of a confrontation that left 2 of our youth dead and 6 injured. However, there were over 100 teens that attended this event. These teens will possibly need mental health support services stemming from the chaotic tragedy they witnessed this Saturday evening. I can say that I know many of members in this body have been strong supporters of mental health wellness through legislation and appropriations, to include the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Our state agency has been working hard to serve mental health for children, young adults, families over the years. Also to include agencies like Voices for Georgia's Children, CASA, Georgia Hope, NAMI, Children Strong for Life, and other agencies in Georgia. Georgia has a crisis hotline called GCAL, the Georgia Crisis and Access Line. This line can be accessed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by calling 1-800-715-4225. Our hearts go out to the victims and families, and our prayers are with Douglas County. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. That's really a heart-wrenching situation, And thanks for having the chaplain of the day this morning as well. He did a great job. Representative Frazier, Representative Gladney, and the Greater Augusta delegation. Greater Augusta delegation is recognized for an afternoon order. Representative Frazier. Greater Augusta, come on down. Here we go. What a group, Greater Augusta. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing today with the Greater Augusta delegation, and we're very proud of our Augusta University Health and Science Medical Facility. Thank you to this body for your continued support as we strive to provide excellent medical treatment for just not Augusta constituents, but for all Georgians at Augusta University. We are very proud of our training facilities because we are training our next doctors and nurses for Georgia. On your desk, you should have received your crossover survival kit. This kit is provided by Augusta University. Everything that you need to stay alive and survive today for the next 12 hours is in this kit. And we would like to present this kit to each and every one of you to just say thank you for your support of Augusta University, and thank you for making Augusta University the premier healthcare center for the Southeast region. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Frazier. We need a survival kit around here sometimes, no doubt. Chairman Werkheiser is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing here with the entire delegation of Title County. When I left here sine die last year, I had 4 grandchildren. When I leave here this year, I will have 9. Well, there's some concerning news in that. They all live in Marietta, so my challenge is getting my wife to live with me in South Georgia every once in a while, but it's been a good year. Thank you.
Sounds like a very good year to me. Very good year. That completes our afternoon orders. I want to make sure everyone has their supplemental rules calendar. We're all good. So we're going to move back on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption. Everyone pay attention. This is an important one. I'm sure you'll want to honor this resolution. House Resolution 256.
House Resolution 256 by Representative Perkle of the 169th, a resolution honoring the life of Miss Sophia Ruth Fisher and dedicating an interchange in her memory. This resolution, having been assigned to the Committee on Transportation, that committee recommends this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Prince to present the bill.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Now you got it, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, colleagues, every year we do road and bridge dedications, and this is the one that's currently in the House, and of course it will go across to the Senate, and we'll come back and we'll do this probably again when they add some more to it. But House Resolution 256 is our annual House Road and Bridge Dedication Resolution. This ominous dedication packet includes nine resolutions. The first one, and we have guests here of the family, is dedicating an interchange in Tift County to honor Sophia Ruth Fisher. Dedicating a bridge in Clayton County to honor John E. Brown. Clay County, I'm correction. Dedicating a bridge in Meriwether County to honor Sergeant Eddie Thomas Terry. A portion of a highway in Clayton County to honor Dr. Barbara Pullman. Portions of a highway in Clayton County to honor Jeffrey E. Turner. Portions of a highway in Haralson County to honor Mayor William Pete Bridges. Portions of a highway in Wilkes County to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Portions of a highway in Johnson County to honor Deputy Emery Rowland. And the last is a bridge in Berrien County to honor Berrien County Vietnam War veterans. May I please have a moment of silence for these fallen heroes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if there are no questions, I ask for your favorable consideration of this resolution.
The gentleman has yielded the well. I can tell you, for me, this is one of the most special days in the 40 days we serve here as we recognize Georgians, important Georgians from around our state. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas were 168, the nays 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Thank you, members. Clerk will read the caption to HB 86. HB 86.
House Bill 86 by Representative Rhodes, the 124th being entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating exemptions from sales and use tax, so as to exempt sales of tangible personal property used for or in the renovation or expansion of certain aquariums for a certain period of time. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Rhodes is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have before you today House Bill 86. It's the committee substitute. We have two fine establishments here in the state of Georgia, the Georgia Aquarium and the Atlanta Zoo. This is not a tax exemption. This is an ad valorem sales tax exemption on only materials. The aquarium is expanding across the street. They're going to have all sorts of new animals. And the zoo is looking to redo their veterinary hospital that has not been touched since 1985. And they are entering a partnership with the University of Georgia, Fort Valley State, and our technical school system to start housing vet students so we can start creating more vets here in the state of Georgia. So the zoo is capped at $800,000 exemption, and the aquarium is $4.5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, if there are any questions, I'll take one.
You have no questions.
I ask for your green vote. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 160, the nays 11. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption of House Bill 290. 290.
House Bill 290 by Representative Scoggins, the 14th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 5 of Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to municipal taxation, so as to revise provisions concerning the duties of county tax commissioners with respect to the assessment and collection of municipal taxes and fees. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The gentleman from the 14th House District, Representative Scoggins, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 290, and this is the same bill that we passed out last year, I think 167 to 3, but this bill will allow the tax commissioners of each county to contract with any municipality within that county to collect the taxes for them. This has the support of GATO, which is the Georgia Association of Tax Officials. He also has the support of Georgia Municipal Association and the ACCG. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. If not, I would appreciate your support for the bill.
You have no questions.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Gladney rise?
Pursuant to House Rule 133, I'd like to be excused from this vote.
The lady has that option. Record will so reflect.
Mr. Speaker.
Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 171, the nays 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 454, 454.
House Bill 454 to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to revenue and taxation, so as revise the terms Internal Revenue Code and Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and thereby incorporate certain provisions of the federal law into Georgia law. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Blackman is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members, bring before you House Bill 454. It has 3 parts. Try to touch on these 3 and answer any questions if I can. Part 1 is a conformity piece, and it allows Georgia taxpayers to continue to deduct certain expenditures in the year incurred. Part 2 is a cleanup bill. It has some clarifying language and cleans up how we handle certain provisions, some language to fix a few things, and this allows us for the phase-in of the standard exemption for Georgia families without getting too far into the weeds. And then part 3 is a definition update to force majeure to include pandemic as a qualifying event. The Georgia Society of CPAs has given these measures a thumbs up and a letter of support, and I do want to thank the co-sponsors and appreciate Representative Wilkerson for giving his expertise in reviewing these measures as well. I stand for any questions if there are any, sir.
You have no questions.
All right, I'd ask for this body's favorable consideration, and I yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 175, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you read the caption to House Bill 437, 437.
House Bill 437 by Representative Hitchens, the 161st to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 9 of Title 45, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to ensuring indemnification of public officers and employees so as to abolish the Georgia State Indemnification Commission. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from down in Effingham County, Georgia, Chairman Hitchens, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 437 is being brought on behalf of the Department of Administrative Services, under which administratively attached is the State Death Indemnity Commission. And I served 12 years on the State Indemnification Commission. I know very well what it does. But what it does do is it provides death benefits to public safety officers and those who have been permanently disabled. And what has happened here in recent times with COVID, the commission is made up of the governor as the chairman and 9 department heads. There's been a lot of consternation about whether or not they contracted COVID while they were working or they didn't. And it's tied up the governor and all those department heads excessively. What this bill does is it does away with the State Indemnification Commission, and it places a hearing officer in its place. The hearing officer is the general counsel for DOAS. She's the one who for years has accumulated all the information and made the recommendations to the board. Everybody that signed this with me in here previously worked under the guidelines of the State Indemnification Commission, and everybody I know is in agreement with this. And this bill is offered really to streamline the process for making these important decisions while maintaining fairness and equity in the process. I'll stand for any questions.
You have no questions.
I ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 172, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Chairman Saines rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I motion that House Bill 482 get recommitted to the Rules Committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 482 by Representative Saints, the 180th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to income taxes so as to provide for clarification with respect to an income tax credit for establishing or relocating quality jobs.
On the gentleman's motion that HB 482 be withdrawn from the calendar and recommitted to the Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 455?
House Bill 455 by Representative LaHood of the 175th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to professions and businesses so as to provide for that professional programs that are established to address career fatigue and wellness in healthcare professions are not obligated to report licensing boards except in certain circumstances. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
From way down in Valdosta, Georgia area, no doubt, Chairman LaHood is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. House Bill 455 passed this chamber with broad support last year. It ran out of time to pass over in the Senate, but what this does is provides healthcare professionals a safe place to seek services related to healthcare career fatigue and burnout without concern of that being discovered. And again, this passed with broad support last year, and I would ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker.
You have no questions.
All right. I'll yield the well. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 174, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 493?
House Bill 493 by Representative Hatchett of the 155th to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4326(9) of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to renewal, surrender, and restoration of registered professional nursing licenses and continuing competency requirements. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Hatchett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill is a very simple bill. I know that usually scares everybody when I say it, but it really is. All it does is allow nurses that work for Veterans Administrations to use the 500 hours of employment exemption that qualifies for all other nurses that work at state licenses facilities to use that as their continuing education requirements. And that is what the bill does.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the bill, passage of the bill, will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? I was hoping your seatmate was going to vote for you there, Chairman Hatchett. Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 175, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 431.
House Bill 431 by Representative Drenner, the 85th to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 3, Chapter 8 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to county special purpose local option sales tax, so as to remove provisions relating to the purpose of such tax in counties that also levy and collect an equalized homestead option sales tax. This bill I refer to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Drenner is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise today to present House Bill 431, LC 472212, that strikes the language in lines 64 through 75 in the bill. These are restrictions in the existing SPLOST law that apply only to DeKalb County. By removing this language, DeKalb County will be able to consider funding citizen-requested items such as libraries and parks in future SPLOST referendum, as other counties in the state are currently allowed to do. In other words, this bill would put DeKalb County on a level playing field with other counties in the state regarding the type of capital outlay projects its SPLOST funds would be used for. I'm happy to yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Lady did an excellent job. She has no questions.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration for House Bill 431. Thank you.
Representative Drenner has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 174, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 504.
House Bill 504 by Representative Hatchett, the 155th to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 22-164 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to local 5 mil share funds so as to exclude amounts attributable to Level 1 free port exemptions for purposes of calculating. This bill I refer to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Hatchett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not a simple bill. House Bill 504 removes the value of Level 1 Freeport exemptions from the Equalized Property Tax Digest for the purpose of calculating local 5 mil share and equalization within the QBE formula. This does not have anything to do with removing the ability of counties to establish Freeport exemption, but what it does do is it takes that out of the QBE formula so that, or because school systems have no control over the establishment of Freeport exemption. It's determined at the county level. So what this does is it equalizes everything so your school systems don't have to worry about what as far as Freeport exemption in the calculation of QBE. And I will try to answer any questions if there are any.
You have a question to your left. Representative Jasmine Clark has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So you're right. This was not a simple bill.
No.
So to clarify, would this reduce the amount of money that goes into that once you calculate the QBE? Would it reduce it or increase it or not change it at all?
It possibly will increase the amount of money that goes into QBE equalization over the next few years, but it will change the calculations for all the systems. It could change what's required for local 5 mil share. It could change what you get for equalization. Those we really don't know until it happens.
So does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
So it could increase, but could it definitely not decrease, or could it also decrease?
It could do all of what you stated.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Chairman Yu for one more question.
Yes, Speaker.
Chairman Martin to your right has a question.
Chairman Hatchett, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't what you're doing here is if a county school board has no choice in the matter of taking something off the tax roll, which is what Freeport does, isn't it true that what this bill will do is not count that against them when their 5 mil share is being calculated? So it would actually be a more fair way to distribute the money. It may add, it may take away across the state, but isn't that what you're trying to do with the bill?
Correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 170, the nays 3. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 514.
House Bill 514 by Representative Washburn of the 144th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 66 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to zoning procedures so as to provide for the length and renewal of moratoriums related to zoning decisions. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Washburn is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I rise to present House Bill 514. The bill has 3 parts. The first portion deals with moratoriums on single-family residential construction. And the bill proposes that local governments would be limited on those moratoriums to a time period of 180 days. After that, they could not impose an additional moratorium for an additional 180 days. Now, I would want you to know that the Georgia Municipal Association and the Association of County Commissioners had some concerns about this language, and I asked them to bring suggested language that we included in the bill, which basically gives some conditions that time period can be extended. And those things are things like a state of emergency declared by a federal, state, or local emergency management agency, a natural disaster, any other set of conditions or circumstances that might pose a danger to health or safety. Also, an order from any federal, state, or local agency with jurisdiction over the government that ordered them to extend it. And then lastly, if they had engaged a professional firm to do some sort of consulting work relative to that sort of development, and that work was not finished, they can extend the moratorium until the work is finished. We did ask for GMA and ACCG to suggest language, and that was the language they suggested, and we negotiated with them to put that in the bill. The second portion of the bill has to do with limiting fees, permitting fees, to the cost, not to exceed the cost of administering that permitting process. The last portion of the bill allows local governments, does not require, but allows local governments to waive fees on housing that is for units that are 2,500 square feet or less, if they choose to do so, in order to incentivize more single-family construction. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I urge favorable consideration from the members of the House, and I am available for questions.
Okay, the gentleman is yielding for questions. To your left, Representative Stacey Evans has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the magic of 180 days, and did the committee or you consider other time periods, and if so, why were those rejected?
We were asked to look at this issue by the Home Builders Association of Georgia, and actually there was a suggestion for a shorter time period. Actually, there was a suggestion of 90 days, but we felt that 180 days was acceptable.
Do you yield further?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear from any local governments, for example, the city of Atlanta or others, that had wanted a longer period? And if so, why did you not consider a longer period in this bill?
Well, we did hear from the city of Atlanta. Actually, we invited them in to talk about this bill and another housing bill we were doing. We just felt like that this would be something that would be acceptable to put that time period on it.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Representative Roberts from the 52nd has a question. She's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't this bill, isn't it true that this bill does not deprive any of the local governments from denying a zoning application or a building permit? It simply puts some controls on some of these blanket moratoriums that we've seen in some jurisdictions, and by providing those exceptions you have, that the ACCG and GMA have given you, it really doesn't pose much of a risk, because if there's something serious, the cities can still impose longer. Isn't it true?
Yes, ma'am. This bill does not affect their ability to do zoning. It is about moratoriums on single-family construction.
Representative Darlene Taylor, straight out in front of you, has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair.
Does this bill make it availability for developers to move forward when local governments don't feel like they have the roads under control or school taken care of, if it's not ready and prepared to assume this new growth?
Well, it allows them to declare a moratorium for any reason for 180 days, but they cannot continue to extend moratoriums over and over again.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens at the 180 days if school projects haven't been addressed, or roads aren't prepared, or water systems aren't in place? Will they be able to move forward without that?
Yes, ma'am. According to this bill, they could not refuse to permit single-family construction after 180 days.
Thank you.
Representative Fry, to your left, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Always for my friend.
Representative Washburn, isn't it true that I fully applaud you for the work that you have done lifting the heavy loads for the single-family construction industry at this time of its most necessary time of existence when we're in the middle of a housing crisis? Isn't that true?
If the gentleman so states.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that this bill does not take away one single zoning power of our municipalities or our counties, and that if these counties or municipalities wish to not have a single-family zoning, then they wouldn't have to be affected by this bill at all? Is that correct?
It is, to my understanding.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were one of the few representatives that actually heard our state leadership when they said we needed to do something to rein in the municipalities and get more doors in the market and build more homes for people in this time of an unprecedented housing crisis in the state of Georgia? Is that not true?
That is true, sir.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield.
I will.
We have a lot of bills. Let's see. Chairman David Knight, to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend, do you yield?
Yes, I do yield, Mr. Chairman.
To my good friend, I do have, this is a serious question. I know that in some communities, some counties, perhaps moratoriums have been put in place because of a rush, if you will, an influx of a lot of development coming. Isn't it true, though, that some of these counties may not be prepared from a point of view of permitting in regards to having the infrastructure needed to do the permitting process, for instance, EPD issues, clearing permits, those sort of things? How would this affect those counties that are trying to deal with preparing and setting up the infrastructure within that local county government to properly prepare for new and an onslaught, in some cases, of these residential facilities? That's my concern and question to my friend.
Well, thank you. I think the best way to answer that question is if a local community has a lack of sewer capacity, for instance, well, they can't issue sewer taps, and so a permit to build a house could not be issued. The intention of this bill has been that for communities who just don't want any more growth but don't have these issues that are being pointed out, the intention is that we all know that our state is growing and growing rapidly, and the people have to have a place to live, and we are always applauding that growth and applauding the growth of the industry that's coming. The reality is, if a local community can just declare a moratorium and say, well, we just don't want anybody else coming, well, then we're allowing them to build economic walls around that county and city. And the intention of the bill is not to hinder them or put them in a difficult situation because they don't have infrastructure. It is to control those counties who decide that they just don't want any more growth right now, and they're trying to stop that growth. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for an additional question if needed.
Chair Lady Smith, straight down the front aisle, has a question.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you for all the hard work you put into this, and you have identified a problem before our state for housing. Is that not true?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
The concern in the area where I live is that my single-family homes are having developments coming in that would need better roads and access. In other words, they're going to be landlocked with poor traffic control. Is it not true that this moratorium could be used as a negotiating tool to outlast this concern, therefore opening the door or opening the gate to develop without giving quality of life access to transportation around their communities?
If the lady so states.
Chairman Powell, to your right in the back, has a question.
Thank you. Parliamentary inquiry.
Do you have a question or a parliamentary
I'm
inquiry?
sorry. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Is it not true that this bill that you presented in no way stops local governments from being able to control growth in their jurisdiction, given the tools that they have in their toolboxes?
Yes, sir, that is true.
Is it not true that you also worked in good faith with ACCG and GMA, and y'all came up with additional language that would exempt certain parts of that moratorium?
That is true, Mr. Chairman.
Is it not further true that this bill needs to move forward because of a lot of misinformation that was put out across this state to the intent of this bill, but at the end of the day, that these local governments, once they do a 6-month moratorium, they need to reach down and solve the problems they have by using all the resources that they have?
If the chairman so states, and I agree with that assessment.
Further question, is it not time for you to sit down?
Mr. Chairman, I am sure that is corrected well. Mr. Speaker, I ask for the favorable consideration of the House on this bill that the GMA and the ACCG are not in opposition to, in fact spoke in favor of in the committee meeting. And with that, I will yield the well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Great advice. Great advice. Sage advice back there, Mr. Chairman. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative McCullum rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that if a city, if a county does a moratorium on residential housing, they don't do a moratorium on industrial and commercial, and when they do that, they put more burden on the counties around them to build bedroom houses for those industrial sites that they do in their county and themselves, and not let housing in for those industrial sites?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes that to be true, and I've heard that before as well. For what purpose does Representative Carter rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that lines 19 through 23 restricts a county or city from extending a moratorium for 6 months after the 6 months have passed, even if that city or county needs that time for development? Is that not true?
If the lady so states, I'm sure she's reading those lines carefully. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 127, the nays 43. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Bill 571? 571.
House Bill 571 by Representative Silcox of the 53rd to be entitled an act to amend Article 8 of Chapter 6 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Alzheimer's and related dementias state plan shows to provide for that the Georgia Alzheimer's and related dementia state plan be updated every 4 years. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Public Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair Lady Silcox is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 571 is a bill brought to me by the Department of Human Services, and it provides that the Georgia Alzheimer's and Related Dementias State Plan Advisory Council should include, number one, the chairman of the House Committee on Public Health, since we have renamed that committee. Number two, that the Georgia Alzheimer's and Related Dementias State Plan should be amended every 4 years instead of 3 years as it was previously, starting January 1st, 2027. And finally, number three, starting January 1st, 2025, and every 4 years following, the Advisory Council should submit a midpoint report detailing the latest data showing the impact of dementia and progress towards our state's goals according to the state plan. Essentially, this bill changes the reporting requirements again to a 2-year report or update for the GUARD Advisory Council and a 4-year amended state plan on Alzheimer's and related dementias. I would ask for your favorable consideration, and I'm happy to yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
The lady has no questions.
Thank you.
Is there any objection? The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 170, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 572? 572.
House Bill 572 by Representative Reeves, the 99th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to government transparency and campaign finance, so as to remain the Georgia Government Transparency and Campaign Finance Commission as the State Ethics Commission. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from the 99th House District, Representative Reeves, recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House colleagues, the State Ethics Commission annual bill is House Bill 572. Mr. Amati is in the gallery. This bill simply renames the Georgia Transparency and Accountability, whatever the tongue twister name is, back to the State Ethics Commission and makes 5 or 6 technical and legal changes. I yield for questions. I request your approval of House Bill 572. Thank you.
You do have a, no, yes. You do have a question. Representative Chair Lady Taylor out down the front aisle is recognized for a question.
Yes.
Okay, this name has been changed several times. Are we going to stick with this one for a little while?
I certainly hope so. Certainly hope so.
You have no further questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there an objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 173, the nays 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 607. 607.
House Bill 607 by Representative Perkle, the 169th, being entitled an act to amend Part 7 of Article 7, Chapter 3, Title 20, the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to Hope Scholarships and Grants, so as to revise the definition of Zell Miller Scholarship Scholar by changing the ACT score requirement for certain students. This bill having been considered by the Committee on Higher Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The chairman from down in Ocilla, Georgia, Chairman Perkle, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many of you enjoyed the apple tart we had in the anteroom? It was wonderful. So this bill has almost nothing to do with that, but this is an apples to apples bill. Well, no, that was a tough sell. This allows student finance to adjust the HCT score to be equivalent to a 1200 SAT as it relates to the Zell Miller Scholarship. It's a pretty simple, good government bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I ask that everybody vote yes on this one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you had a couple of questions. Do you mind staying in the well?
Yes, sir.
To your right, Representative Jason Ridley has a question. Your extreme right.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right, first of all, is it not true that that was not an apple tart, that was a fried apple pie? And secondly, is this going to be retroactive, or when will this go into effect if we change this?
So this does go into effect in July of 1st of 2024, not retroactive to where you could take advantage of it, Mr. Representative. Regarding the pie, so it is a fried apple pie in North Georgia in the mountains. Granny would call it an apple tart.
Gentleman, yield for another question or two.
Yes, sir.
Representative Glaze is recognized to your left. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for my chairman, I wanted to just ask you if this bill connects the SAT and the ACT with the requirements of our Zell Miller Scholarship.
Yes, ma'am, it certainly does.
And so our students will now get a fairer opportunity to earn that scholarship. Is
Well
that not
said.
true?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the bill.
I love it when y'all work together. Representative Donahue, to your left, is recognized for a question, if you'll yield.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I will.
Does this actually go up or lower on the percentage?
So currently the SAT, the 75th percentile is 1200. The ACT currently in code at 26 is 82nd percentile. So this will put the ACT down at 25 to be roughly equivalent. So.
Thought we had him. You have one more question. He was right there next to you, but we'll do it this way. Chairman Martin has a question to your right.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
To further explain the gentleman's question, isn't it true that currently the 1200 SAT yields, you would have to make about a 1230 to be equivalent to the 26 on the ACT. So in this particular case, should it have been done this year, the ACT would have gone down to a score of 25 instead of 26. It would make more people able to get the Zell Miller Scholarship.
Yes, sir.
Make it, if you will, easier for people to attain excellence.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you. Yes, please.
You're welcome. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 174, the nays 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 611. 611.
House Bill 611 by Representative Burchetta, the 176 to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 4, Chapter 12 of Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to management of budgetary and fiscal affairs so as to provide for the disposition of state funds derived from certain legal judgments or settlements. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Budget and Fiscal Affairs Oversight, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Whip Burchett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this will be a quick explanation. House Bill 611 does one thing. Any settlement proceeds that the state receives, if we pass this bill today, anything after June 1st, any settlement proceeds will be appropriated by the General Assembly versus being appropriated through a trust or any other mechanism. If you recall, last year we had the opioid settlement agreement. Those dollars were allocated to a trust, and then the trust appropriates those funds outside of the General Assembly. This would require that any state proceeds for a settlement to the state of Georgia will be appropriated by the General Assembly, which would originate in the House. And that's all the bill does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Yes, sir, I do.
Representative Oliver is recognized for a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do, to my friend.
Isn't it true, sir, that you spend a lot of time monitoring these settlements that come through the state? And the purpose of this bill is to give us on the House and the Appropriations Committee more authority and more power through some complicated matters that will help us build a better budget.
The gentlelady knows of what she speaks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Well, you didn't have any more questions. I guess you could see that. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 172, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 196, 196.
House Bill 196 by Representative Powell of the 33rd and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 9 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to access to medical cannabis, so as to provide that the Georgia Access to Medical Cannabis Commission shall be subject to the Administrative Procedures Act. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Powell is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I bring to you this afternoon House Bill 196. This bill is a product of a couple of years of work. Now, for the benefit of all the new members in here, I want to give you a brief time frame. 7 years ago, we passed the Medical Cannabis Act to allow those people who qualified with a doctor's excuse to get a medical cannabis card. Well, that was 7 years ago. And I remember it was probably one of the most touching scenes I'd ever seen in this house, that we had families, we had children, we had all of those folks that through all the sciences had decided that cannabis oil was actually a cure-all. It wasn't the devil weed of the old that had been portrayed over the years. 4 years ago, this legislature passed the Cannabis Act to allow for the licensing of 6 growers and those processes to refine the oil and to open up dispensaries. 4 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, and there were some flaws in the bill, and I'll tell you throughout presenting the bill itself what they might have been, but there were flaws along the way. Well, that was 4 years ago. Well, there was a lot of stuff that was subject to us to look at. Now, your Regulated Industries Committee, by no means could I say that that committee is lightweight, and I want to thank the members, both past members of the last 3 years and this year, for bearing this process out. Last year we had hearings. We brought in the people from over at the Cannabis Commission, but yet at no time could they even testify or to acknowledge any information to a standing House committee. And their view was that in the law that they didn't have to, and they were sworn to secrecy. Well, I would tell you as a lesson not just to this exercise, but to all legislation, all government agencies need to be subject to administrative procedures and open records. But that was 4 years ago. Because of the process of how they did their evaluations, there was a number of protesters, 9 protesters, that took it to the mat. They filed their protest, they went to court, and that process is tied up into the Court of Appeals right now and several other jurisdictions, which it could go on, and there's TROs out there that have stopped the other 4 from licenses being issued until this is heard in the courts. Now, that being said, I will remind you that there's 2 classes, the 2 Class 1 licenses. They were issued a license before the TRO kept literally days before the TRO kicked in to stop them. So these two licenses, they're in full operation, getting ready to open up. And I'll talk a little bit later about what we've done. What has happened is that they have actually created a monopoly of 2 in this state. And that's not the intention. I don't think it's the intention of this legislature, because of things happen when you have a monopoly. So that being said, I want to get into the guts of this bill. And I would thank a lot of people in here. A lot of this is my original, and Regulated Industries, our original way to solve this problem was a straight shot. And that was to give all of those protesters, to give them a license, because they had standing in the courts, and to give them a license to get them out of court so that this process could go on. And thanks to a lot of the work of the leadership and some other folks here, there were some changes that were made into this, and it might be a little bit better for a lot of people's taste to do that. But I want to go through the bill with you. If you would look on Section 1, this puts the Cannabis Commission under the Administrative Procedures Act and open records, something that will guarantee that questions can be asked and the whole process can be viewed. In Section 2, this defines that they will also be under the Department of Administrative Services rules and regs when issuing of contracts. At the end of that Section 2, this says that any appeals from a final decision will be made to the Georgia Statewide Business Court. That's quite an interesting change, and I think that might bring a lot of the issues about these appeals to bear. Section 3, it adds a dispensary. One of the things that we did, that all of those that are licensed were authorized to have 5 dispensaries. This opens it up so that they can have an extra dispensary on the location of the grow processing center. Something that if you go to other states, that some of them we visited several years ago, there was always a dispensary that was affiliated in a separate building attached to the grow processing center. So that makes it a little bit more applicable as far as dispensing these medicines. If you'll look at the bottom of Section 3, this would allow dispensaries to also sell the product of the other dispensaries and the other grower and the distillers of this oil. What that does is this thing is becoming more and more specialized every year. We have had interviews with different companies, and that now certain growers, they're perfecting through their biological sciences and their agricultural sciences that they're blending and they're doing a lot of things with cannabis oil to narrow in on specific diseases. So basically one commercial operation may not have the particular oil or medicine that would satisfy one, but it would satisfy this all that they can sell from other dispensaries. If you look at the top of Section 4, this spells out clearly that personal information, that information that they may have about cannabis cards or physicians' information and all that, and trade secrets are not that is not open and not subject to open records for the obvious reason that a patient's personal information nor trade secrets should be. Section 5 and 6, this is a little complicated, but I'm going to give you this information in tandem. Right now there's 9 protests. You have 2 Class 1s that's been issued. You've got 4 tentatively that'll be issued, and you've got 9 protesters. This would allow the Cannabis Commission to issue up to 9 more licenses, no more than a total of 15 total, but that would give them the latitude to do what they need to do. I've been asked the question, does this guarantee that the protesters will get a license? No, it doesn't. This gives the Cannabis Commission the authority to do it if they so wish. So that in itself might be a step forward to solving this dilemma. Section 7 puts the commission again under the open records law, and it eliminates any secrecy of any of their activities. Section 8, it creates a future path, something that I had talked to some of the leadership that they had brought up to me, that at some point there needs to be a future path for more of these distilleries or the growing operations or whatever you wish to call them. And this is the system in here that for every 5,000 patients that are prescribed the low THC oil on the registry, there could be a Class 2 license issued. If there's 10,000 more, there could be a Class 1. And again, that would be at the discretion of the Cannabis Commission. Section 8, 9, and 10. This deals specifically with the Georgia statewide business courts to say that they will have jurisdiction, exclusive jurisdiction over appeals and any grievances that may be filed. And that's in Section 9, 10, and 11. Number 12, something that I truly believe should have been put into the original bill. This is a financial disclosure. This says that each member of the commission shall file an annual financial disclosure statement with the Office of the Inspector General no later than July the 1st of each year. This is just a little bit of good government, ladies and gentlemen. And then last but not least, in Section 13, there's about 24 illnesses that are defined in law that would be acceptable to get a cannabis card. This adds 2 more that the committees themselves, ulcerative colitis, that was a product of the former Representative Mike Walensky last year, and Maya Stavia Gravis, whatever that may be. And but I have no idea that the committee knew from whence they worked on that that is something that probably needed to be added. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a bill. I would give a footnote to this. I had said in the committee that this is about money, and it is about money. We saw who the lobbyists were hired. We saw all of these folks. Because of the process and what happened in the process, and a lot of that, in my opinion, was strictly due to no open records and no Administrative Procedures Act, that there were errors. There were some major errors, both in the grading of how things were graded and things such as that. But it's time for us to move on. This isn't about us. This is about the people of Georgia. I remember what got me actively involved in this several years ago when I made the comment from this very well that anything that God lets grow natural has got to be better than something manufactured in a laboratory. And if you don't believe that, you hadn't seen how many folks are addicted to prescription drugs. I saw these children that came to this Capitol. I have a personal stake in this, not a family member, but the friends of a family member that I grew up with these folks. They had a grandchild that was born 12 years ago with severe seizures. That child had seizures every 30 seconds, and because of that has never been able to develop. That child is 12 years old now. But after this cannabis oil was recommended to that family, the mother had to move out of the state. Luckily, the family had resources that were available. And the mother moved out of the state, took an apartment in Colorado to provide the medicine for that child. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a shame and it's a disgrace. It's a shame and a disgrace that we passed an issue forward and foul bureaucracy did not move it forward. But that's over and done. That's not an issue today. The issue today, before you today, is let's fix this system. Let's get it moving. Let's go forward. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to yield the will, or I'll answer some questions.
If you'll take a question.
I'll be glad to.
Gentleman yields. Representative Roman, straight in front of you, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true, does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it not true that last year when I was here, there were parents advocating for this bill because it would literally save their children's lives, and when it failed, a similar bill failed in the Senate by one vote, a parent was so distraught that we were genuinely concerned about his safety that night?
If the lady so states.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to vote for this bill. Vote to correct some of the problems that were created during this process and through the bureaucracy so that we can move this bill forward and let's get something out there that the people of this state will be a benefit to them. That, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield the willing with my thanks.
All right, we're going through the process on this bill now, so members, you need to listen up. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 170, The nays are 2. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you read the caption to House Bill 82. House Bill 82.
House Bill 82 by Representative Jackson of the 128th to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition rate computation exemptions and credits relative to state income taxes, so as to limit eligibility for the rural physician tax credit to persons qualifying as a rural physician. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from beautiful Tennille, Georgia, Representative Mac Jackson, will present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present House Bill 82. It's a committee substitute working off LC 432749S. Also want to thank Chairman Blackman, Ways and Means Committee, Chairman Bruce Williamson, Chairman Martin, and members of the committee. Also, Chairman Smith and the Rules Committee for helping with this bill. Some of you may remember on last year, I carried the Short Line Railroad Tax Credit Bill that came out of the Rural Development Council. The Short Line Rail Bill passed out of this House, but the Senate stripped the Short Line Rail Tax Credit language out and replaced it with the Rural Physician Tax Credit and sent it back as an agree-disagree. But we ran out of time on last year to get it across the finish line. So we're here now today with HB 82 with the committee substitute. This is a rural physician tax credit on their state income tax. This bill will incentivize physicians and dentists to practice in our rural communities. The tax credit cannot exceed $5,000 and may be claimed for not more than 5 years. On lines 49 through 53 will help my friend from Liberty County to make sure that the cherry flavor remains in the water. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an excellent bill that has been thoroughly vetted and passed unanimously out of committee. So I ask you to help me to send a strong message back to our rural communities that this body cares about them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if there are no questions, I yield the well.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Sure.
Let's see. He's kind of close to you. Chairman Newton from over in Richmond County has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Representative Jackson, isn't it true that so many areas in Georgia, the Atlanta metro area, Macon, Augusta, Columbus, are blessed with hospitals and health systems competing for patients' health care services? But won't this bill bring that same desire and that same ability to get more and more physicians, dentists, and others into our needed rural areas?
I'm sure Dr. Newton knows that of which he speaks.
Well, I appreciate you having this bill and having it encourage doctors to go to the areas where they're most needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yield for another question.
Yes, sir.
To your left, your friend from the coast, Representative Williams, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I know that my good friend and pastor wouldn't say it, but water tastes like cherry wine in Liberty County. But I did. Is it not so that by exempting the Fort Stewart community that has an abundance of doctors through the federal government and the military, you have got to the crust of what's needed in rural Liberty County, and that's to incentivize physicians to not only come but to stay. Is that not so?
That is so.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield for one final question.
Yes, sir.
Representative Bentley, to your left in the back, has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Representative, is it not true that you and I were selected to be on the Rural Development Council by the late Speaker David Rolliston a few years back?
Yes, I believe that was in 2017.
Yes, sir. And is it not further true that we have traveled all over this state addressing the issues that are affecting Georgians, but especially those that in rural Georgia, and that I am a signer on this bill and I do support this legislation, and then this legislation has nothing to do with the funeral home caucus. Is that not true, Mr. Representative?
That's true.
With that, Representative Jackson, I think you have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield well. And I ask for your favorable consideration to send a message back to our rural communities that this body cares for rural Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bills, the yeas were 175, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 170?
House Bill 170 by Representative Carpenter IV and others to be entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 8 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to sales and use tax so as to provide for the taxation of the sale or use of certain digital products and services. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Carpenter is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's such a pleasure to bring a bill that ACCG and GMA agree on for once with me. This is a privilege for me. House Bill 170 would update our tax code so that we're beginning to tax products, digital products that you download on your phone, so to make sure that we have parity across our taxation system. Currently, if I go buy a book at Barnes & Noble, I pay sales tax. But if I download that book on my phone, I do not. And so this bill would just seek to create parity in our taxation policy in the state of Georgia and update that so that everybody's on an even playing field. And I'll yield for any questions.
You have a question.
I'll take the one.
Representative Moore, to your left, has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Would this mean that online sales would pay taxes?
That's correct. So if you have to own it, though, right? So it's not a subscription service. It won't be a streaming service. It'll literally be if you buy that book or you buy that album, you'll be paying sales tax.
And does the gentleman also yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this also mean that they would pay for the digital downloads, for the physical book to be mailed to them as well? They would be paying the same taxes?
Yes, ma'am. Either way. So if it's on if you own the book on your phone or you own the book in your hand, you're going to be paying sales tax either way.
What about the hearing impaired books?
I assume if they're paying it, nothing changes what we're taxing, just how you receive it. This is what we're updating.
So it's the same as going into a store.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
One of the digital devices.
Yes, ma'am.
Or the physical. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, you yield for another question.
I'll take one more. Yes, sir.
Well, Y'all were back there together, but y'all obviously didn't communicate. Chairman Tarvin has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Is it not true that I'm a fiscal conservative and don't really like to tax people unless we have to?
That is very true.
Is this not true that this bill absolutely is the opposite of picking losers and winners and puts everybody on a level playing field? Brick and mortar people, you have to pay taxes. You order it online, you have to pay sales tax.
That's right.
Is that not true?
That is correct. And may the best man win. And with that, I leave the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 162, the nays 10. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Bill 101.
House Bill 101 by Representative Crowe, the 118th, to be titled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to income taxes so as to change certain definitions regarding such taxes and to provide an effective date. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from down in Henry County, Representative Crowe, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, as stated, this is House Bill 101. It's committee substitute, LC 432771S, and it deals with several different tax credits, qualified redirected tax liability credits. Part 1 of the bill deals with the Georgia Rural Hospital Tax Credit, Georgia HART program. Makes a couple of changes to that program with some definitions of what those hospitals are. The biggest changes is it changes the aggregate amount of tax credit allowed from $75 million to $80 million, and it increases the amount that a pass-through entity can contribute per year from $10,000 to $25,000. It also extends the sunset to December 31st of 2028. Part 2 deals with the student scholarship organizations. The only change in that is it increases the aggregate amount of tax credit by $10 million to $130 million for 2024 year. Part 3 adds a new tax credit for a qualified mortgage loan originator, which essentially defines Habitat for Humanity and other type organizations that would qualify under this. This will have a $10 million per year aggregate limit with $2 million per year per entity. It'll be a $5,000 limit for individual filers, $10,000 per year for married couples filing jointly, and $10,000 for pass-through entities. It will also have a sunset of December 31st, 2028. And then lastly, Part 4 will deal with the Education to the Georgia Peach program, which are qualified credits to public schools, grants to public schools. And the Peach program folks asked us to extend the sunset date on that, which we did, which is December 31st, 2028. And that's the essentials of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I would yield for questions.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir, I do.
To your extreme left, Representative Mary Frances Williams has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
So this bill, you said,
expands the rural hospital tax credit to include rural freestanding emergency departments. Can you talk to me a little bit about what that would look like? And are there any freestanding emergency rooms in Georgia at this point?
Yes, ma'am, I believe there are. There are several of these freestanding emergency departments that may not be some of your local emergency facilities, that may not quite be attached to a hospital, that could have an emergency department. So
I didn't think I did not think that we allowed freestanding emergency rooms in Georgia.
okay. That it was added to the bill. So
Oh, we do?
From the Georgia Heart Program folks.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield.
I do.
Representative Wilkerson in the back on your left has a question. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I guess I've received a number of calls regarding the increase in the money for student scholarships by $10 million. I believe, is that the program that takes public money and allows it to be redirected to private schools?
No, sir. What it does is it allows somebody to take their tax liability and donate it to the organization of their choice, much like the rural hospital tax credits do and the Georgia Peach program does. So they can choose to pay their tax liability, their state tax liability, to those organizations, or the Habitat for Humanity, or the Peach program, or the rural hospital program.
Does the gentleman further yield for one more
Yes,
question?
I do.
So in essence, for the SSOs, someone can give to this organization, but the end recipient, because we're not using the appropriation process, the end recipient of those funds are private schools, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield.
I do.
Chairman Carpenter, to your right and back, has a question. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this SSO program that you're speaking of actually saves the state taxpayer money? And is it also not true that in the budget that Chairman Hatchett just presented, we fully funded QBE?
Yes, sir. You're correct on both of those items.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Yeah, I'll take one more, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Maynor, to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that the students that benefit from this tax credit scholarships at the private schools are usually minorities and disadvantaged children?
There seems to be some debate on that, ma'am, but I do believe that to be the case in many instances.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is it not true that I have many students within my community that have benefited from these credits that the state allows to private schools?
If the lady so states, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will ask for favorable consideration and yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We do have a speaker signed up on this bill. Chair recognizes Whip Park to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose House Bill 101. There are a lot of good provisions in this bill, including the rural hospital tax credit and the Habitat for Humanity tax credit. However, I encourage all members to vote no to send a message that this bill still needs to be perfected. On line 155, as a few members have already mentioned, the bill increases the tax credit for student scholarship organizations, or vouchers by another name, by $10 million beginning in 2024 and for all subsequent years. This bill puts tens of millions of dollars into a program with little oversight that's already received hundreds of millions of dollars since it was first created in 2008 and has fallen short of serving the state's economically disadvantaged children, as revealed by a review of state records that found the tax credit favors children from middle class and wealthier families over those from low income backgrounds. At the same time, on lines 346, the bill provides that tax credits for for qualified education donations to award grants to public schools will be repealed on December 31st of 2028. The Georgia Association of Educators oppose the provisions that I've highlighted in this bill, so I hope you'll join me in voting no to House Bill 101. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Fry rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that I love rural hospitals? But I just cannot vote for a bill that's going to allow no sunset on a private school tax giveaway to a group of people, a group of organizations who are not held to anti-discriminatory policies and the rest of the policies that other schools are held to at the state. Is that not true?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes in what he speaks. What purpose does Representative Ridley rise? Representative Jason Ridley.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that my son has a learning disability, and if it wasn't for these scholarships, he wouldn't be able to get the help he needed from a private school in her area? Is it not further true that it is a farce to think that minority kids don't get these, because 90% of the kids that's in his school are minority or lower level, and they do get these scholarships, and that's the only reason they can go to that school?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he knows of what he speaks. For what purpose does Representative Stacey Evans rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that a number of years ago we passed language that should have made sure that we're getting demographic information on the students that are benefiting from the Student Scholarship Organization Awards, but to date we've yet to see those reports, and so we really do have no idea the demographics, the need, the race, the gender of the students that are benefiting from these private scholarships.
If the lady so states, I'm sure she has her facts straight. For what purpose does Representative Bentley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that I'm really feeling some kind of way right about now, because I know in my district we don't have hospitals in my district. And this bill, is it not further true that this bill's reference rural hospitals? This is a support to rural hospitals. Is that not true? And I'm just really feeling some way about this legislation right now. And what I know that's in my district, what we don't have in my district, is the access to health care like most communities do. And so with that being said, Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I am going to vote yes for this bill?
I'm sure the lady feels very strongly and knows thoroughly what's available in her community. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 102, the nays 73. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 383?
House Bill 383 by Representative Reeves, the 99th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 5 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to assault and battery and related offenses against persons, so as to provide for the enhanced penalties for aggravated assault and aggravated battery committed upon emergency health workers and healthcare workers located on a hospital campus. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Thank you, members. Please give your attention to the gentleman in the well. Representative Reeves is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House colleagues, this is a Safer Hospitals bill, House Bill 383. This bill protects those who care for us at the hospitals. Already, emergency room workers inside the hospital and outside of the hospital, teachers, transit workers, paramedics, they are already protected in a similar fashion as this bill would do. This bill will also allow all hospitals to form a hospital campus security police force, just like the hospital in Macon does under a grandfathered legal statute, as well as hospitals tied to higher ed like Emory and other schools. It would allow them to be trained and know how to get from the front door all throughout the high school. Originally, this bill pertained to hospitals in Atlanta that were nonprofit hospitals. We heard an outpouring of support from around the state and broadened the bill. Nurses support it. The Georgia sheriffs revised the bill. The bill was presented by the House Judiciary Non-Civil Committee with overwhelming bipartisan support. I'd like to thank the bipartisan co-sponsors, Representative Evans, Holcomb, and Mughal, who joined Representative Silcox, Chairman Gunner, and me. And I would ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 383, and I yield for questions. Thank you.
You do have a question. Representative Kennard is recognized for a question to your left.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Isn't it true that I believe crimes against our medical workforce should be punished?
Yes.
Is it also further true that I believe that discretion in sentencing should be left to the bench?
I believe the gentleman has so stated. And to further address Representative Kennard, this does not raise any mandatory minimums. It merely fits hospital workers into emergency room workers, teachers, transit workers, and paramedics. So it is well precedented, and it would fit those hospital workers who keep us safe under those categories as well.
The gentleman has one more question, and Representative Maynard to your right has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Is it not true that hospitals now have de-escalation training for healthcare workers because of the violence that they are subjected to?
Yes, it is, and this would promote that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 170, the nays 5. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption of House Bill 557.
House Bill 557 by Representative Stevens, the 164th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 34, Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to physicians, assistants, and others, so as to authorize physicians to delegate the authority to advanced practice registered nurses and physicians' assistants to prescribe Schedule II controlled substances. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Let's give the Dean of the Chatham County delegation the honor and respect he deserves when he presents a bill. Chairman Stevens is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, you might recall this bill for PAs and the physician assistants and APRNs to prescribe Class II narcotics on a very limited basis as House Bill 369, which passed out of this body overwhelmingly 143 to 12 a couple of years ago. What this bill seeks to do is, in an emergency situation, it allows APRNs and PAs to write a 5-day supply of emergency prescriptions of Class II stimulants, and if you're over 18, hydrocodone compound products. It requires APRNs and PAs to have at least 1 year of post licensing experience. They've got to work from clinical experience before they're allowed to do this. It requires APRNs to have a protocol agreement, which from an authorizing physician to allow them to do it, and it requires PAs to have a job description on file with that physician. It requires APRNs and PAs to both have 1 hour of continuing education, and it seeks to streamline some of the procedures and requirements of the Composite Medical Board. Ladies and gentlemen, the only other state besides Georgia that does not allow this is Oklahoma. For APRNs. The only other state that doesn't allow this for PAs is Kentucky. Now, I don't know about you, but I trust my physician if you're in rural Georgia, this is your health care, is your PA and your APRN. Mr. Speaker, that's the essence of the bill, and I'll take any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Good. I yield the well. Thank you for your consideration.
The chairman has yielded the well. We do have a speaker on the measure. Representative Al is recognized for her time in the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to speak against HB 557. But let me first make clear what these remarks are not. Okay, these are not remarks designed to impugn the clinical skill or the training of physician assistants or advanced practice nurses. I work very closely with many PAs and APRNs, and not only do I consider them some of my closest friends, I respect them, and I would trust them to care for my own children. These are also not remarks meant to minimize the healthcare workforce shortages we face, right? Particularly in our underserved, under-resourced rural communities. These problems are real and they do need to be addressed. But the last thing Georgia needs in this moment is more people writing prescriptions for opioids. As a nation, we're suffering an unprecedented epidemic of opioid addiction, and Georgia has been hit hard. In fact, what we've seen is that we've had more than a 60% rise in opioid deaths in the past 2 years of recorded data. And in the medical community, we know that some of this addiction has in fact been seeded by a cultural ease in the medical community to write prescriptions for opioid-based pain medications. Okay, research shows that even just a 3-day course of opioids can increase the risk of opioid addiction even a year out from that initial encounter. And what we're seeing in the medical community is that we really have to come to terms with our role in seeding this addiction, because I know the easiest thing in the world to do is to write someone for a prescription. And when we increase the number of people who can prescribe opioids, we will increase the number of opioids being prescribed. The ability to write or refill opioid prescriptions should not be conflated with healthcare. So I deeply respect the sponsor of this bill. I really like working with him. I respect his intentions in bringing this bill. But I believe it does our patients, a real disservice that goes far beyond the issues of workforce or of convenience. We do have a larger duty to protect in this body, and I therefore ask you that you vote no on this bill. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
The lady has no questions. Well, excuse me, one did come up, if you'll yield.
I'm back.
To your left, Representative Mary Frances Williams, to your extreme left.
Dr. Isle, I say this with a, does the lady yield?
I do.
I say this with the greatest respect, but considering that we are one of only 2 states that's not doing this, do you think that our opioid addiction rates are that much out of line with all these other states?
Well, I think we're talking about 2 different things. The fact that many other states do allow this profligacy of opioid prescriptions is related, I think, to the fact that we do have a national opioid epidemic, right? Also, I don't think if everyone else jumps off a bridge that we should also.
Does the lady further yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that this is done by an APRN and it has to be under the supervision of a doctor?
That is true. However, what I will note is that oftentimes when we use physician extenders, as sometimes we call them, it is to handle a large volume of patients, right? And as I noted, sometimes the easiest thing in the world to do is to write a prescription because we feel that we are serving a purpose and it's what the patient wants. But that actually does tend to feed in to an ease of writing more opioid prescriptions. I will note there was actually a study that came out in a medical journal somewhat recently that showed that while the median ease of writing prescriptions between physicians and APRNs was roughly the same, however, that mid-level practitioners like PAs and APRNs had more outliers in terms of being much more quick or loose to write these opioid prescriptions because it's very easy to do it, right? And then you stop getting the calls.
One more question, please.
Certainly.
So we're not just talking about opioids, though, aren't we? Aren't we also talking about ADHD drugs? And I thought this was only for emergency situations. This isn't just any nurse in any doctor's office writing prescriptions all day long. It's in an emergency situation under a doctor's supervision in an emergency situation.
You are correct in that this does include stimulants such as Adderall, which is written for ADHD. These are Schedule II drugs, which do include opioid medications. But I will note again that it allows for a 5-day, up to a 5-day prescription of these controlled substances, and even a 3-day prescription has been shown to increase the risk of addiction for up to a year out. So it's just about increasing that interface for patients, having an increased ease of getting an opioid prescription, and having people who are maybe more motivated to write these prescriptions being able to do so.
Lady, you for one more question.
Absolutely.
Chairman Saines, to your left.
Do you yield for a
Recognized.
question?
I do.
Is it not true that even though you may call these individuals physician extenders, that physician assistants and nurse practitioners are the individuals who give most of Georgia access to necessary medical care, and that this bill will further citizens in this state's ability to get needed and crucial care?
Thank you for that question. I want to reemphasize that I work very closely with PAs and APRNs every single day that I'm at work. So this is not meant to impugn their skill or their value to the medical community, right? My point simply is that it increases the ease with which patients can get opioid medications, and we have seen historically that this has led to a blooming of the opioid epidemic in this country. So this is purely a patient safety issue.
Lady has no further questions.
Oh, man. All right.
Lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Sharper rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that I've been in the medical field over 30 years as a paramedic working with some of the great PAs and APRNs here in Georgia, and that we really, really need this service? And we got to also understand that this is still under a medical director's protocol, and that they will be able to do this just for a short term. And I think that we should support this bill because we need it, especially in rural Georgia. We need this. So if you guys just support us on it, I'll appreciate it.
I'm sure the gentleman knows of what he speaks and is very passionate about it in his profession. For what purpose does Representative Isle rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that we should not conflate the ease of writing opioid and controlled substances with health care at large?
I'm sure the lady believes exactly what she says. One more. For what purpose does Representative Roman rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that after a severe infection, I was prescribed Oxy, and after 3 days, I almost became addicted to it? And had it not been for a doctor who knew how to support me through that, I probably would not be here today.
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks, and we're so glad she's well and doing great. Great representative. Is there any objection to the, excuse me, I think we passed that point. Have all members now voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 136, the nays 38. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 30, 3-0?
House Bill 30 by Representative Carson, the 46th, to be titled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to state government so as to provide for the definition of anti-Semitism. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from Cobb County, Chairman John Carson, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I rise to ask you to support House Bill 30. This is effectively the same bill that we passed as House Bill 1274 last year, 141 to 19, overwhelmingly bipartisan in this House last year. What this bill does is codifies a definition of anti-Semitism as adopted by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IRA, such that anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. What this basically does is ensure that when analyzing intent behind discriminatory actions that target Jewish people, whether it's hate crime or illegal discriminatory actions, that there is an allegation that the action was motivated by anti-Jewish sentiment, the relevant authorities consider as rebuttable evidence the world's most accepted definition of anti-Semitism. This definition is adopted by about 1,100 different separate governments, NGOs. This same legislation has been passed by statute in 6 states, including Arizona, Iowa, Tennessee, most recently Arkansas, several other states by executive order, and 22 by resolution. I want to make clear that this bill does not limit free speech. We've discussed that at length in Chairman Gunner's House Judiciary Committee. I would point you to lines 30 through 35, noting that nothing in this bill infringes upon the First Amendment. This bill is necessary. Why are we doing this? I know everybody saw the news coverage, and some of you experienced the anti-Semitic flyers that were thrown in driveways, just very hateful flyers that were handed out in driveways earlier this year. Anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise,
and they keep rising. The Jewish people make up less than 2% of the state of Georgia, but yet approximately 60% or more of all the hate crimes are targeted against Jews and Jewish facilities. Groups in support of this, we have a number of friends here in the gallery, or at least I hope we do. We have a number of people, if you don't mind, standing just one by one silently for us. Dov Wilker, Regional Director for the American Jewish Committee. Cheryl Dorchinsky, Executive Director of the Atlanta Israel Coalition. Mark Goldfeder, General Counsel for Hillels of Georgia. Eric Robbins, President CEO of the Jewish Federation of Atlanta. Eitan Davidson, Regional Director of the Anti-Defamation League. Shakid Aniel, Regional Director of the Israeli American Council. Renee Evans, Israel Advocate. Leslie Anderson, Executive Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council. And Harold Kurtz, President of the Jewish Community Relations Council. And we also have support from other groups such as Hadassah Greater Atlanta, National Jewish Advocacy Center, National Council for Jewish Women, on and on. But I got to tell you, colleagues, what I keep hearing more and more is, why am I hearing so much opposition to this bill from Jews? And let me tell you, in just a moment, you're going to hear from the only Jewish lawmaker in support of this bill. But I will tell you this, there is a loud group of quote-unquote Jews that are opposing this because they support Palestine, they do not support Israel and the Jewish people. You might have some items on your desk. I left a letter, both Esther and I left a letter of support from all of these groups, which again represent over 95% of the Jews in Georgia. These are the people to which we're trying to protect, really just all Jews, but 95% of them are in support of this measure. And so you're saying, who are these groups that are speaking against? One group is called Jewish Voice for Peace, JVP, and I'll read this. This is straight off the Anti-Defamation League website. The Jewish Voice for Peace, JVP, is a radical, anti-Israel, anti-Zionist activist group that advocates for the boycott of Israel and eradication of Zionism. You might have heard of the Union of Reform Judaism, that they're against this. Here's another article. Reform Jewish institutions affirm IRA working definition of anti-Semitism. And on page 2 of their online article, the bottom line is we endorse the IRA definition as a powerful tool serving the cause of combating anti-Semitism best when those standards are maintained and the definition is used to strengthen efforts to enforce and enhance America's existing anti-hate crime laws. You know, folks, people ask me, you know, John, you go to a Baptist church in Cobb County. Why do you support this? Why are you fighting so hard? I'm fighting because there's not enough people fighting for the Jewish people. The Word of God in Genesis in chapter 12, the Lord says to Abram, I will bless those that bless Israel, and I will curse those that curse Israel. That's why I do this. Mr. Speaker, I know I've gone on. This is effectively the same bill as Lee had last year, and I'll take a question. If not, if there is one, I will yield it. If there is not, I will yield it well.
You do have a question?
Yes, sir. I'll take one.
Representative Adesanya has a question for you. He's over to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that the main group that target the Jewish community and uses anti-Semitic slurs at Jews are white nationalists and white supremacy group?
That is my understanding as well, sir. And I do ask for your favorable consideration on this. With that, Mr. Speaker, I know the hour is late, the time is short, and I'm going to yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We have a couple of speakers on this bill. We'll start with Representative Jasmine Clark, who wishes to speak to the issue. Representative Clark. If the lady will suspend just for a moment. We allocated time on these bills. There are 2 folks signed up to speak in favor and 2 opposed. They will have 30 minutes each to be divided amongst themselves if they wish to take that long. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to HB 30, but before I go any further, I want to be explicitly clear. There is no place for hate in our beautiful, diverse state of Georgia. There is absolutely, positively never any excuse for anti-Semitism. None whatsoever. And when a person commits a crime against another person because that person is Jewish, they should face stiff penalty. That is why I am extremely proud that I voted yes for House Bill 426 in 2020. For those of you who weren't here in 2020, that is the hate crimes bill. If I were given the opportunity to vote on HB 426 again, I would vote yes, again, and again, and again. But today, I am opposed to HB 30, not because I don't believe that that acts of anti-Semitism need to be punished, but because today I'm opposed because when this working definition was constructed on May 26th of 2016, their intentions, in their own words, was to adopt the following non-legally binding working definition. Non-legally binding. Non-legally binding. Why are we legally binding something that was not meant to be so? If someone were to hand me a jug of water labeled "not for human consumption," what I'm not going to do is pull out a bunch of cups and pour it for everyone to drink. I do believe that anti-Semitic acts are covered under the current hate crime statute. This increases the penalties if a person selected their victims based on race, color, religion, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental disability, or physical disability. But by creating a definition for anti-Semitism when anti-Semitic acts are already covered in statute, it begs the question as to why the Georgia Code does not define anti-Black racism, or anti-Latino racism, or anti-Asian racism. Each of these groups could make the argument that they have been subjected to an increase in acts of violence over the years. And while I certainly do not believe in partaking in oppression Olympics, I do believe that a bill such as this may unintentionally have the effect of having each marginalized group wondering where is their definition in the code. So I'm going to close because the hour is kind of late. I know some people are hungry. I want to talk about consensus. I'm not Jewish. I don't purport to be Jewish. And so when making decisions that come to the Jewish community, I wanted to make sure that Jewish voices were amplified. I will not go so far as to qualify who is Jewish or who is quote unquote Jewish. What I will say is that I received approximately an equal number of emails in favor of this bill and opposed to this bill. That told me that there is not consensus on this matter of this specific definition being codified in Georgia. I say that to say that just because I vote no on this bill does not mean I am making a vote against Jewish people. I support the Jewish community. However, I also oppose referencing non-legally binding working definitions in Georgia Code. Those two are not mutually exclusive. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Holly is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately, I have the privilege of being a former resident of one of our colleagues who, a resident in the, formerly a resident in the district, which is now represented by one of our colleagues who was a recipient of some very hateful, horrible dissemination of speech that was against her, it was against her people. I don't believe that in any instance we should have our members of our community subjected to such hate. However, I realize that one of the best things that we can do in the face of hate is to speak out, is to speak in love, to speak in a manner that addresses the wrong. In the end, we will remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. These words by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. place a moral obligation on each of us to condemn actions like these anti-Semitic flyers. As a young man growing up in that area, I know that diversity was welcomed by all, especially among my Jewish friends who I've had the privilege of being able to have over the last 34 years. Hate persists because of silence. In 2021, when a North Georgia congresswoman who will not be named shared an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about space lasers, our body was largely silent. Because she's in Congress and we're in the State House, many of us incorrectly assumed that it was not our place to speak up. But as we have learned from our drum major of justice, it is always the right time and place to speak out against injustice and hatred. We must not support a law that seeks to criminalize the freedom of speech. Now, I know what it says, but if you look at the IHRA's definition, it is very clear that it equates the hate against Jewish people with sharp criticism of the state of Israel as a political government. Despite its good intentions, that is exactly what the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism does. It seeks to fight anti-Semitism by prohibiting the criticism of a political government. If you decide to adopt that IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and you make it illegal to criticize the political government of Israel, how far will you go to police our words? Perhaps anyone using the N-word, past or present, can be charged with a hate crime. Perhaps anyone who condemns critical race theory should be charged with a crime. Perhaps anyone who says they oppose gun restrictions, even after a mass shooting, can be charged with a crime. It would be irresponsible to offer criticism without offering an alternative. And that's why, accordingly, I propose we adopt the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism that has been signed by 350 Jewish scholars around the world. The Jerusalem Declaration lists 15 guidelines by identifying anti-Semitism. It allows us to monitor and to combat anti-Semitism head-on, while still allowing legitimate political criticism of the current Israeli government. We can add, and we will defeat anti-Semitism here in Georgia. My fellow Democrats and Republicans, our voices will unite to speak against hate, just as we did when we passed the hate crimes legislation previously. But our voices will not be heard without fully exercising a freedom of speech that is defined more accurately by the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism. We must preserve our American values and vote no on this definition that is provided by the IHRA. But I leave you with this message of hope. We have the opportunity to move beyond words and put our fight against anti-Semitism into action. And so therefore I hope that you join me today in accepting a better definition through the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism and voting no against this measure. Again, we stand in support of the Jewish people, but we can be critical of a government without making any of those remarks against the people who are themselves our fellow Americans. And with that, I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Members, give your attention to the lady that's entering the well. Members, cease conversations. Representative Penich is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, friends, today I stand before you as the only elected Jewish official in this chamber, asking you to pass HB 30, legislation that I had never imagined would be necessary in Georgia in the 21st century. Sadly, this bill is needed that the Jewish community, which includes my husband, my children, the men and women that I worship with, have the same protections granted to every other religious group in Georgia. Doing so does not advance the cause of any group, it simply ensures protection. Nor does it impinge on the rights or interests of any other group. Protections for Jewish people do not come at the expense of anyone else except anti-Semites. The ways in which hate has been brought against the Jewish people are plentiful throughout the ages. But I don't have to reach across the ocean or back into history. Many of you are aware of the hateful flyers that were distributed in heavily Jewish neighborhoods against Metro Atlanta just a few weeks ago. Children who went out to play in their driveways on Sunday morning picked up baggies of hate and asked the questions to their parents, "What is this?" And just over a week ago, various neo-Nazi and white supremacists proclaimed a day of hate for the Sabbath, intending to disrupt worship across the country. And synagogues across the country braced for attacks. We are grateful, at least in Georgia, neighbors and law enforcement stood by us, and these plans did not come to fruition. But others were not so lucky. Just this week, or 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles, 2 Jews were shot leaving their synagogue by a gunman who blamed the Jews for his flunking out of dental school. That man is a member of the same group that left the flyers on my driveway. HB 30 would not stop those flyers from being spread, but would make sure that, God forbid, if someone shot a Jew, they could be used as evidence of their motive. I want to be clear about something because it was brought up and it's incorrect. When this says this is a legally binding definition, if you just read the bill, it actually says, lines 14, Anti-Semitism has the same meaning as provided for in the advisory definition of anti-Semitism. This definition is used to discern intent by a prosecutor or investigator only after an act, a criminal act or unlawful discrimination has already occurred. Please understand that. And it's not that difficult if you read the bill. In recent years, in Pittsburgh, in Colleyville, Texas, men came into synagogues with their grievances and their guns. In one case, 11 worshipers were murdered. In another, a brave rabbi and congregants were able to overpower their attacker. Under these circumstances, a bill of this type should be uncontested. It gives our legal system a clear definition of anti-Semitism so that existing anti-discrimination laws, our own hate crime law, can be applied with the most acceptable definition. Just to be clear, just because the hate crime law says it's against religion does not mean a swastika would be considered anti-Semitic. A swastika does not go against my religion. There is nothing in the Torah about a swastika. You need a definition to be able to say that a swastika is anti-Semitic. It's as simple as that. Things that you would think would be obvious are not obvious. And I'll get to an example in a moment. But that is all this is. And it has been twisted and contorted into making something it's not. And I don't know why. This should be obvious that calling for the killing or harm of a particular group is wrong, even if they are Jews. That blaming all members of a group for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single member of that group is wrong, even if they are Jews. The path of this bill has been torturous. Some claims that you have heard have been that it might stifle speech, or that a definition of anti-Semitism that includes any mention of Israel for use in assessing intent as part of a hate crime conflates two different issues. Unfortunately, those who traffic in hate have already scrambled that egg, and I'm sorry to say that some of my colleagues have been caught up in that. And this bill is our state's best opportunity to restore the distinction between the criticism of Israel, which is completely justified and allowed, and hatred of Jews, which is a wall that has been slowly chipped away. The definition literally says that criticism of Israel, like any other country, is not anti-Semitic. More importantly, this bill does not use a definition to deal with any speech at all. Again, it's only triggered by unlawful action. Our state should not and could not pass a law prohibiting criticism of Israel. But in the last decade, it has become all the more common for hatred of Israel to spill over into hateful language, discrimination, or violence against Jews, and that's what the opponents of HB 30 want cover to be able to do. And I will not give that to them, and neither should this body. In May 2021, when conflict raged between Israelis and Palestinians, a group of men drove to a predominantly Jewish neighborhood in Los Angeles and assaulted 7 diners at a sushi restaurant, shouting, "Free Palestine and death to Jews." The diners were not Israelis, they were Americans. Just last week, prosecutors in New York City found that a pro-Palestinian activist went looking to beat Jews at a pro-Israel rally. Well, last week, in an act of solidarity, a colleague, the gentlewoman from the 89th, introduced her own bill against anti-Semitism, something that I personally wouldn't do to somebody of a marginalized community if I wasn't a member of that community. Nonetheless, our bill, HB 30, does not include a findings section, but her bill does, and I have put it up there. I agree with every word in the section. I want to read it to you for the record because it applies equally to HB 30. The section reads, and we only had one page up, so I'm going to read before it. Anti-Semitism, including harassment on the basis of actual or perceived origin, ancestry, ethnicity, identity, affiliation, or faith, remains a persistent, pervasive, and disturbing problem in contemporary American society. Jewish people continue to be a targeted minority in the United States. Data show, for instance, that Jews are consistently the most likely of all religious groups to be victimized by incidents of hate, and that such incidents are increasing at an alarming rate. State officials and institutions have a responsibility to protect citizens from acts of hate and bigotry motivated by discriminatory animus, including anti-Semitism, and must be given the tools to do so. Valid monitoring, informed analysis and investigation, and effective policymaking require uniform definitions. While there could be, this is the important part, where there could be no exhaustive definition of anti-Semitism, as it can take many forms, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, working definition, which is the definition that both HB 30 and Representative Becky Evans' bill used, has been an essential definitional tool used to determine contemporary manifestations of anti-Semitism and include useful examples of discriminatory anti-Israel acts that can cross the line into anti-Semitism. I'll summarize. The definition has been used by our federal government and over 30 governments around the world, recommended for use by the European Council and the European Parliament, endorsed by the Secretary General of the UN and of the UAS. Policy guides, over 1,100 organizations have approved it. Thank you to my colleague for your support of IHRA. I couldn't have said it better myself. And just to put some meat on what was referenced in IHRA and why it's so important, just this week, an activist named Sada Massoud pled guilty to conspiracy to commit the crimes against Jews. His defense team argued in writing that he had violently assaulted Jewish people on at least 3 separate occasions because he disagreed with the political beliefs about Israel. But in the sentencing submission, prosecutors laid out the actual conversations he had with associates about how to evade law enforcement. He told them, remember, don't chant out Jews. It's the Zionists, to avoid allegation of anti-Semitism. In the words of prosecutors, the veil of anti-Zionism is pathetically thin in this case. But he tried it anyway. In court, that's why we need HB 30. And that's why the IHRA examples of when allegedly anti-Israel actions become anti-Semitism. For a long time, Georgians didn't have protection. Georgia was one of the last states to pass a hate crimes bill, and it took too long. The straw that broke the camel's back was the horrific murder of Ahmaud Arbery. 3 men targeted him solely because of the color of his skin. That's the essence of a hate crime. The victim's race, religion, or national origin is the reason for the crime. Violence motivated by hate deserves special attention in our legal system because it is intentionally, specifically targeted at individuals because of their personal, immutable characteristics. As a result, these crimes are very personal, with extraordinary emotional and psychological impacts on the victim and their community. So this is where we get to some of the events that have eluded investigators, which is why we need this definition. This happened in Fulton County Public Schools, not far from here. Beth Gann, a mother, testified at the House Judiciary Committee for what her sons went through until the Department of Education had to step in and threaten Fulton County. For over 18 months, her sons were terrorized with anti-Semitic symbols, finding swastikas on bathroom walls, graffiti stating kill the Jews, gas the Jews, swastikas saying Hitler, doing the Hitler salute in class, and screaming anti-Semitic slurs. It's an experience that still haunts them to this day, and they are still in therapy. Since there was no definition They were gaslighted and told by numerous school officials that what they were witnessing was not anti-Semitism, that it was not a swastika, it was a symbol of peace. And the graffiti was not anti-Semitism. In matters of law, I know it when I see it is not sufficient. A recent study found that nearly half of all Americans say they do not know what anti-Semitism is. It is not in the interest of justice for all to provide, it is in the interest of justice for all to provide clarity on the bright lines of what is and what is not racism against Jews, to prevent racist acts from hiding behind the shield of geopolitics, and to assure that prosecutors are not tempted to overreach. This bill is not why I came to the legislature. I came to advocate for others, for the well-being of all people in my state. But sometimes life puts us in a particular place at a particular time. If you have read the Bible, and I know you have, today you probably know the story of Purim. There is an attempt to wipe out the Jews from ancient Persia. And a Jewish woman named Esther has found her way into the palace and finds the weight of the lives of her people on her shoulders. She wonders, why me, until her uncle Mordecai tells her in chapter 4, verse 14, "For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for a time such as this." The chaplain this morning said the same thing. Esther takes these words to heart and convinces the king to undo the evil plan hatched against her people. That story is taken as the Jewish holiday of Purim, which is to be observed tonight in about an hour. When my parents named me Esther, they didn't imagine me walking the halls of the Georgia Capitol in the sandal steps of the first Esther. But perhaps, like that first Esther, it is for this moment that I am here. Purim is a celebratory holiday with costumes, cookies, and a commandment to get drunk. Really. But I'm not going to celebrate until we're done here. I'm here to remind us that when tyrants and bigots have arisen through history, they start by targeting racial and religious minority groups, including Jews, but have rarely stopped there. We have a chance to stop it here and now with our votes. Thank you for your time. I ask for your favorable support of HB 30, and in the interest of time, and because I am Queen Esther for tonight, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Chair Lady, the lady has yielded the well. Chair Lady Silcox is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hour is late and I will be brief, but I also come to speak this afternoon in favor of HB 30. The rise of anti-Semitism in our society is real. In fact, there is a large portion of our population that does not understand what anti-Semitism means. This bill will address that void that has trapped people around us from being understood, and they are regularly persecuted for their beliefs. This bill will be a guide and support to prosecutors and others that wish to help our Jewish neighbors by defining this problem in law. I humbly ask for your favorable consideration of HB 30. Thank you, and I'll yield the roll.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that last year we passed OCGA 50-5-85, which states we prohibit the state from entering into contracts valued at $100,000 or more without written certification that the company is not and will not be participating in a boycott of Israel? Is it not further true, Mr. Speaker?
If the lady so states, I'm sure she has her facts correct. Does the lady have a further parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, a further parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that in my district in particular, I have both synagogues and both mosques, and so I have a very diverse population. And when this bill came out last year, I felt in order to represent my district, both sides, both Muslims and Jewish, I felt like it put me in a difficult position because I am neither. I am a Christian, but I want to be able to support both. And is it not further true that the CIA has said Muslims comprise 85% of the West Bank population, 99% of the Gaza Strip, and they felt like last year that OCGA 50-5-85 suppressed their freedom of speech? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the lady believes what she speaks. For what purpose does Representative Becky Evans rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that I was prepared to vote yes as a compromise on HB 30 tonight because the bill version did leave out the examples? But after hearing my colleague tonight speak about the bill, I'm still very concerned about freedom of speech, and I'm also deeply offended about how some of the people advocating against this bill have been characterized.
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks. Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 136, the nays 22. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We're going to move on with the rules calendar, and I'll just remind all members of this House, as the day draws on and longer and into the night probably, I'll remind you of House Rule 1.3, no member in speaking shall be disrespectful to any other member, and all members shall carefully avoid references to personalities when addressing the House or addressing another member in a committee meeting. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 528?
House Bill 528 by Representative Gaines, the 120th to be entitled an act to amend Article 15 to Chapter 1 and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to deceptive or unfair trade practices so as to enact the Georgia Online Automatic Renewal Transparency Act. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from Athens, Clark County, Representative Gaines, is recognized to present the bill.
How about now? There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to present House Bill 528, which is the Georgia Online Automatic Renewal Transparency Act. I'm sure many folks in this room have tried to cancel online subscriptions where you signed up online, pay monthly, but then in order to cancel, you got to call and sit on hold for hours, or you got to go in person and cancel. I printed out one example from a gym membership here where you can sign up online, but in order to cancel, you have to go in person to cancel, even though you're able to sign up online. So what this legislation does, it simply says if you can sign up for a subscription online, you can cancel your subscription online. It also notifies you, a company, if they're going to charge your credit card, they should notify you and just let you know they're about to charge your credit card. And so that's what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. If there's questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
You do have a question to your left. Representative Anulowicz has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
Is it not true that there are some folks who just want to quit the gym?
Well, I never started, so I'm sure there's people who want to quit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if there's no other questions, I'll yield the well and ask for the
You
bodies.
have one more question back to your left again.
I'll yield for
Representative
one
Mary
more.
Frances Williams has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I don't know how to thank you for bringing this bill for all of us.
I'm seeing clapping behind you. People are excited.
For those of us of a certain age, I mean, it's hard enough to cancel it's hard enough to remember all the subscriptions and then to figure out how to cancel them. So this is a wonderful bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And several other states have passed similar legislation. And so, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will ask for the body's favorable consideration. Yield the well.
The gentleman has pranced from the well after all those accolades. Wow. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Chairman Martin rise?
A parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the gentleman, the author of this bill, brought this forward because he had such a hard time canceling his Razor of the Month club?
I'm sure that's an obvious statement there. You're correct. You're correct. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 173, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 188? 188.
House Bill 188 by Representative Saints, the 180th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 6 and Title 5 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to appellate practice so as to revise the name of the Sexual Offender Registration Review Board. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Saines is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will start with a very quick testimony for why this bill was brought here. On the early morning of Friday, August 13th, 2021, Marian Abdurrab was stalked after stopping at the gas station as she left her job, kidnapped from her front doorstep, and violently murdered. The assailant awaiting trial for taking Miriam's life is a repeated sexual predator. Miriam's family and friends are here today. Ali, her brother, Irene, her friend, and Charlotte, their advocate. Thank you guys for your tireless advocacy for this measure. This House has passed a similar provision several times, and again, we've added one item to it. House Bill 188 will create a pathway for those twice convicted for 13 felony-level sexual offenses to have a lifetime concurrent sentence because of Park v. State, the Georgia Supreme Court ruling. That is necessary to allow us to do a GPS monitoring shown to be the most effective way to deter future victims in this area. With that, we will also be adding, based on the Miriam's law advocacy, a requirement for the Department of Community Supervision to have GPS monitoring on those awaiting the SORB leveling. That is there's a huge backlog of this area as they await. This is a psychological assessment to look at how high of a chance there is at risk. We'll work in the Senate to scope that to the instances that are specifically necessary that we know are highly likely to be dangerous sexual offenses. In addition to this, we'll also be doing a name change at the request of SORB from the Sexual Offense Registry Board to the Review Board, which is more accurately reflective of their name. And with that, Mr. Speaker, if there is no further questions, I'll yield the well.
The gentleman doesn't have any questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that these
Is this
are
a parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry, sorry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true these are the crimes we really need to be punishing and sentencing versus having our jails filled with people sleeping on the floor?
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks. I'm not sure I followed her completely. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 171, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 364?
House Bill 364 by Representative Holcomb, the 81st, to be entitled an act to amend Article 4, Chapter 5 of Title 28 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Claims Advisory Board so as to create the Wrongful Conviction Compensation Review Panel. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Scott Holcomb is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present to you House Bill 364. What this will do is it will reform the way in which the state compensates the wrongly convicted. What we're talking about here are the truly innocent, not those who get off on a technicality or a procedural issue, but the truly innocent, to have a process by which they can be compensated for the time that they spent in jail. In Georgia, since 1989, 47 people have been exonerated as being innocent, and they lost a total of 538 years. Those were years that they were spent incarcerated, away from their loved ones, away from their ability to make a living. And so this idea is to compensate these individuals and to set forth a structure whereby experts will make a determination of innocence and then make a recommendation for compensation. There's been a lot of thought that's been put into this bill over the last couple of years, and those of you that were here last session, it was House Bill 1354 that passed with overwhelming support. The makeup of the compensation panel is found on page 4, and it would include a judge or retired justice, a current district attorney, a criminal defense attorney, and then individuals with real expertise in forensics in the background. Almost every individual who has been exonerated, it has been due to DNA evidence, helping with that exoneration. So this sets forth the process for that going forward. I want to commend Leader Estration. He worked on this last session and actually got the ball rolling, and then we collaborated, and then I started working on it from that point forward. We've collaborated with the various actors who would be involved, the prosecuting attorneys council, the defense lawyers, the Innocence Project, After Innocence, and they're all in support of what we're trying to do here. And the bottom line is to take the politics out of it. My sense is shortly, or this evening, we will consider individual resolutions. Some members have expressed to me that it's very difficult for them to make those evaluations because they don't know enough about the cases. So this will put that decision into a board that has tremendous skills, knowledge, and expertise to make these decisions, and then it would go via the courts, since that is where this error takes place. It would be a recommendation into their budget, into the Judiciary Council. So I'm happy to go into any specifics if anybody has any questions. Otherwise, I will yield and ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
You have a couple of questions. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir. I'll yield.
Representative Williams has a question. Representative Al Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that I'm very thankful for you bringing this bill? It has become very cumbersome, and I'll be frank with you, sometimes quite emotional. So we need to do this in a very set manner. And thank you again, and Rock of Lamar.
Rock of Lamar. Thank you.
To your left, Chairman Parsons has a question. Chairman Parsons recognized.
Thanks, speakers. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Well, isn't it true that in 2006, I believe it was, that I chaired a committee that had one of these compensation resolutions, and I know how difficult it was and has been in ones we've had since then. And isn't it true that since that time there have been some improvements, that actually now there's a recommendation from a committee or some commission, I can't remember the name of it, that there is a recommendation with a set recommendation for an amount that we didn't even have back then. And isn't it also true that I've changed my mind over the years, and I completely agree with you, and I appreciate you bringing this bill, and I completely support you in it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Fleming, Representative Barry Fleming is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the gentleman in the well, first of all, isn't it true that I appreciate your attempt to work on what is generally a very difficult issue for us? Thank you for that. But my question goes to this. In the numerous years that you and I have both been here, every time we pay compensation, this House appropriates that by an individual vote on an individual case. Isn't that true?
It is.
And under this system, as I understand it, and I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, but under this new system that you're proposing, these compensations will be wrapped into a general appropriations bill, and we will vote on an appropriations bill based upon what this committee has suggested, not our individual votes on each case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Yes, sir.
Representative Roberts, right out in front of you to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that it does go through the appropriations process, and that is the one thing this body is required to do, so we don't risk these individual bills not making it through on sine die? We know that these people will be compensated who deserve to be compensated. And isn't it further true? I really appreciate this bill. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And my understanding is that this is the only thing that we do, Chairman Hatchett could correct me if I'm wrong, that is separate from the budget, where we have individual resolutions. And so this would still have an oversight process, but instead of having them as individual resolutions, they will go into the budget. And very quick, it's anecdotally, but I think it's worthy of mention. Last year, there were 2 resolutions that we did. Chairman Hogan was the author of one, and I was the author of the other. One of them was the second to last bill that was called in the Senate at around 12:08, 12:09 a.m., and the one that I carried was the third to last at around 12:08 and 12:09 a.m. That's not how this process should be handled. We have to do better. Please vote yes. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Petrie rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this bill is another example of why we might need prosecutorial oversight in this state?
I'm sure the gentleman believes in what he states. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 157, the nays 17. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Resolution 48?
House Resolution 48, a resolution compensating Mr. Mario Snitchcomb. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Appropriations, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Representative Evans is recognized to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very grateful for the passage of House Bill 364, but until that is enacted, we're going to have to continue with the old-fashioned way of dealing with these compensation resolutions. And so I am here asking for your favorable consideration of House Resolution 48, which would compensate Michael Stinchcomb for the 18 years that he spent incarcerated for a crime that he did not commit. Mr. Stinchcomb was the first person exonerated by the Fulton Conviction Integrity Unit. It was determined, as he had maintained from the beginning, that he shot in self-defense. What happened was he was at a home with a co-defendant who we'll be talking about in another resolution. Mr. Stinchcomb was in this home. There was a woman in a car who was shooting toward the home, into the windows, onto the porch. There was nowhere for Mr. Stinchcomb to retreat to be safe, so he got his firearm and came and shot back, and along with a co-defendant, and one of those bullets hit the person who was shooting from the car. Mr. Stinchcomb maintained from the beginning that he had shot in self-defense. The physical evidence supported always that he had shot in self-defense. There was a eyewitness who was in the car with the person who ultimately died, who was in the best position to see that, in fact, this person was shooting toward the house. That witness was believed to be dead for a number of years. They were found for several years. The prosecutor's office tried to keep that eyewitness's testimony from coming forward, but ultimately the Georgia Supreme Court said no, this testimony should be heard and ordered a new trial, and then there was a null process, a complete exoneration in support of the self-defense theory defense that had been said from the beginning. Mr. Stinchcomb spent, as I said, 18 years incarcerated. He missed seeing his 2 children grow up, missed going to family members' funerals, and all the things that all of us would do in life. He's now driving a semi-truck and is doing well and spends a lot of time speaking to children. The hour is late. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield the will.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas were 154, the nays 13. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Resolution 49? House Resolution 49.
House Resolution 49 by Representative Evans, the 57th, a resolution compensating Mr. Michael Woolfolk. This resolution having been assigned to the Committee on Appropriations, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Representative Evans is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back asking for your favorable consideration of House Resolution 49. This is a compensation resolution for Michael Woolfolk, who was the co-defendant in the case that I was just discussing with House Resolution 48. Same circumstances, self-defense, always supported by physical evidence. The eyewitness testimony ultimately led to the exoneration of Mr. Woolfolk after he spent 18 years in jail for a crime that he did not commit. Again, I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the resolution. The yeas were 157, the nays 14. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Resolution 55.
House Resolution 55 by Representative Buckner, the 137th, a resolution compensating Mr. Terry L. Talley. This resolution having been assigned to the Committee on Appropriations, that committee recommends this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Representative Buckner is recognized to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you with House Resolution 55. Mr. Terry Talley was falsely accused and wrongfully convicted of sexual assault with unreliable witnesses and testimony, lost and destroyed physical evidence, evidence before and after the trial was lost and destroyed, and of withholding information. He served 25 years, 9 months, and while he was in prison, the police, the district attorney, and the judicial circuit did a reinvestigation using DNA evidence. They found in the reinvestigation he could not be the one who had committed the crimes. He was exonerated with the support of the police, the DA, and the judicial circuit, and was released from prison. He currently works in the city's Animal Service Unit, and I ask for your favorable consideration of this compensation. Thank you. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas were 158, the nays 12. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Resolution 70? House Resolution 70.
House Resolution 70 by Representative Houston of the 170th, a resolution compensating Mr. Devonia Inman. This resolution having been assigned to the Committee on Appropriations, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chair Lady Houston is recognized to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Devon Inman was a constituent of mine, and he was charged with murdering the Taco Bell manager, and there was no physical evidence for it. There was no eyewitnesses, and in the victim's car, abandoned car, was found a ski mask that had been made out of a sweatshirt. He was arrested, even though all these things were not evident. And then, once he was arrested, evidence was withheld by the DA. Public, let me see how to say it without telling who it was. There was a police report, a safety person falsely testified. An agency person falsely testified against him. And then he had to wait 4 years to get a copy of his transcript for the retrial. He spent 23 years in jail, and there's no amount of money that can take the place of what this man went through. You can talk about compensating somebody, but there's no money for that. This man's life was just completely ruined. He was a young man, and then the DNA came back. When DNA came up to be popular, the DNA on that ski mask that was found in the victim's car did not belong to him. And a judge said that you couldn't go by the DNA evidence when he asked for a retrial. Now, this is a travesty. And I just want you to know that we have a review panel done by the Claims Advisory Board, and the Claims Advisory Board asked that this man be compensated. And I don't know how much we can give him to take care of what he went through. But somebody that withheld this evidence and did things need to be punished too. And I would appreciate if you voted yes and see that Mr. Inman is compensated for this. Thank you.
The lady yield for a question?
Yes.
Chairman Tarvin, to your right in the back, has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Yield.
Yes.
I understood you to say the evidence was withheld by the DA.
Yes.
I was under the impression it was the GBI investigator.
No, I think it was the DA.
It's in the bill, GBI investigator.
Well, I think the GBI falsely testified.
The GBI falsely testified.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think the GBI falsely testified. I wasn't going to call it. We got a lot of good GBI agents, and I didn't want to throw their name out there, but I think the GBI agent falsely testified. But I will say that the DA eventually did go to jail, but not for that. Thank you. I'll yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall the resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the resolution. The yeas were 170, the nays 3. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Members, if I could have your attention, just give you a little information about where we are and where we're headed right now. So, we will have a dinner break shortly, not yet. There will be dinner will be served for all members and all staff in Capitol Room 216. 216. We'll all have dinner in 216 when we adjourn or when we recess. We're going to take up one more bill. It's going to take us a few minutes. We're going to take up one more bill before we go into recess. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 231?
House Bill 231 by Representative Gullett of the 19th to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 18 to Title 15 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding prosecuting attorneys so as to create the Prosecuting Attorneys Oversight Commission. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Gullett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 231 is a bill that we've passed 3 times in this House last year. And unfortunately, the Senate just didn't get to it on sine die from a conference committee report. What this bill does is it tries to address willful misconduct like sexual harassment, misuse of funds, as well as persistent and blanket refusal to prosecute cases based on political motivations. A little bit about the bill. First, it creates a Prosecuting Attorneys Oversight Commission. The commission is made up of a 5-member investigative panel and a 3-member hearing panel, and all of those are appointed by the Supreme Court of Georgia. The investigative panel is responsible for the investigative, prosecutorial, and administrative functions of the commission, and the hearing panel is responsible for adjudicating formal charges filed by the investigative panel, issuing disciplinary and incapacity orders, and issuing standards of the commission. We've narrowed the scope. The grounds for removal for a district attorney or solicitor general are mental or physical incapacity interfering with the performance of his or her duties, which is or is likely to become permanent. Number 2, willful misconduct in office, willful and persistent failure to perform his or her duties as described by law, a conviction of a crime involving moral turpitude, conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice, which brings the office into disrepute, intentionally instructing, authorizing, or permitting an assistant district attorney or assistant solicitor general or their staff to commit any act constituting grounds for removal or for violating the rules of the Georgia Bar, which include Rule 3.8, which governs prosecutors in the state. If a complaint is filed, there must be a sworn affidavit detailing personal knowledge of the facts supporting the complaint. All disciplinary action will be reviewed by the Supreme Court. And additionally, the bill adjusts the duties of the district attorney, which is Section 1, and the Solicitors General, Section 3 of the bill, to include reviewing every case individually for which probable cause exists and making a prosecutorial decision based on that case-specific facts and circumstances. Again, this is something that we've passed 3 times. This is an important bill to many of us in the state who've dealt with prosecutors who have torn our communities apart. For instance, I had a prosecutor in my county that repeatedly sexually harassed some of his staff. Not only did it play out into the community, people lost confidence in the judicial system of my county, which is the whole circuit. My county is one circuit. We have a number of other district attorneys or solicitors generals across the political spectrum. Mine happened to be Republican. There are Republican problems and there are Democrat problems, and this is to address it. This is a nonpartisan type of idea. This is a nonpartisan issue in my mind regarding who's acting in bad faith as a DA, bad actors out there. But this is vitally important to the communities who have district attorneys who are bad actors and not prosecuting cases or doing things illegal and ultimately just bringing really, really bad light on their offices. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have a couple of questions, but we have a lot of speakers.
I'll take 2.
You'll take 2. Okay.
Yes, sir.
To your left, Representative Jasmine Clark has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
So there are a lot of things that are in our code that are considered illegal. For example, adultery, things like that. Does this bill require that a prosecutor has to review and make a decision on every single thing, even some things that prosecutors might say it's not worth their time because they have a lot on their plates already?
Yeah, so what this bill will do will require them to look at each case on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't require them to prosecute all the cases. It makes them look at each case on its individual merits and decide what they're going to do with it.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is that not what prosecutors do already?
No, it's not what prosecutors, some prosecutors do already. I'm sure some do. Some also issue blanket statements to say anything in this world, I'm not going to prosecute. They don't look at the merits of each individual case today. And that's a big reason why this bill is being brought forward.
Thank you.
Representative Miller is recognized for a question. Representative Tanya Miller to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Can you please explain why your bill does not include the Attorney General as an elected DA or prosecuting attorney who could be brought before the commission?
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is focus on district attorneys and solicitor generals. The Attorney General is in the judicial system. He has a checks and balances. Over there today, prosecutors who have prosecutorial discretion on individual cases in our circuits is what I'm trying to address here.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Is it your belief that the Attorney General does not do exactly what you just said, and that is assess cases on an individual basis to determine if there's probable cause to move forward?
The Attorney General does a lot of different things, including prosecute some cases. But primarily what we are focused on is the individual cases in our circuits, or judicial circuits, on what they are focused on. So it's not an Attorney General bill. This is the prosecuting attorneys for district attorneys and solicitor generals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour's late. Everyone wants dinner, and I know there's some speakers, so I'll yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Kendrick is recognized to speak to the bill. We have some folks signed up. There's 30 minutes allocated to those opposed to the bill. Then we have a minority report as well. So there's 3 folks signed up, 3 members signed up to speak opposed to the bill. So we will allocate the time accordingly that the speakers take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning or good afternoon, colleagues. Today I rise to speak against House Bill 231, what I call the prosecutor's overly oversight bill. We have a great lineup of speakers that you're going to hear from, but this is my one wish for all of you, is that you listen to the other side. We have a tendency to come to this floor with preformed opinions, as I do sometimes, because it's human nature. But I ask that you forego going to the anteroom, forego chatting it up with the lobbyists in the hallway, forego negotiating a bill on this floor, because this bill, ladies and gentlemen, is important to you and it's important to our communities. Let's go back to what we learned in kindergarten, which is there's a reason that we have 2 ears and only 1 mouth, and that is to listen to the other side. One of my favorite poets is Napoleon Hill. He wrote the book Think and Grow Rich. He published it in 1937, but he also published another book, one of my favorite books, in 1938, called Outwitting the Devil. But it was so controversial that his family didn't publish it until 2011. And in this book, he talks about the 3 appetites that we must crush so that we don't become what he calls drifters, people who lack independent thought. The first one is an appetite for food. I'm guilty of that one. The second one is an appetite for sex. And then the third one is an appetite for uninformed opinions. Now, we're all entitled to our own opinions, so if you listen to this lineup of speakers and you still vote yes, that's your prerogative. We all have to do what we need to do. But even though you are entitled to your own opinions, ladies and gentlemen, we are not entitled to our own facts. The facts that you will hear today are these. Number 1, we already have an existing infrastructure with multiple ways to do exactly what HB 231 seeks to do. The second thing is that the fiscal note that's attached to this bill is inadequate to handle what this bill is purporting to do. You're going to need a lot more money. The third one is that prosecutorial discretion is vital to allowing our locally elected DAs to examine the specific facts of each case when deciding if and how to prosecute, and that's threatened under this bill. And last, the vast majority of DAs and the DA Association oppose this bill. I wonder, does yours as well? So the question I leave with you today is this: will you actively listen today as to why you should vote no to this bill, or will you leave with an uninformed opinion? I hope that you choose the former before deciding if HB 231 is good for our state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the will.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Stacey Evans is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise in opposition to House Bill 231 for one simple reason. I believe in prosecutorial discretion. And if you start trying to pick and choose what DAs should be prosecuting or what they shouldn't based on the whims or the feelings of the day, you are trampling on prosecutorial discretion. There's just no way around it. You either have it or you don't. Do I like everything that I'm seeing from Republican DAs in this state? No, of course I don't. Do I like everything I'm seeing from every Democratic DA in this state? No. I just came up here and asked you to vote on a compensation resolution for someone who was wrongfully convicted and had to go through the exoneration process after a case that, in my belief, should never have been brought. But that was not my decision. That was up to the prosecutor to make those decisions. Now, that's not to say that that DAs shouldn't be watched. They shouldn't be held accountable to anyone. And they are. They are watched a lot. They are accountable to the state bar. They are accountable to the Attorney General's office. They can be criminally prosecuted by that office. They are accountable to us in the legislature. They can be impeached. And most importantly, they are accountable, just like everyone in here, to the voters. The voters get to decide who their DAs are and whether they think that that DA is exercising his or her prosecutorial discretion correctly. They can listen. They can see, they can listen to our compensation resolution requests, they can read the paper, they can hear how many arrests are being made versus how many convictions are being made, and they can decide, is my DA doing a good job or not? That's not up to us. Now, I believe this legislation has come before us because there are some that don't like what some Democratic DAs are doing across the state. I think that's why we're here. If you believe that too, and you think these Democratic DAs are going rogue, I want to make sure that you do not leave this room today and that you do not put your vote up on that board before knowing this one thing. It is not just Democratic DAs that pick and choose what cases they bring and what cases they prosecute. Every single DA across this state does it. And I tried to gather some data on this so that it wasn't just, hey, Stacey said this. I picked 3 of the most brick red areas in this state. And I called those DAs and I said, I want a list of the cases that you null-prossed, meaning you didn't prosecute them, that you dismissed, that you never presented to the grand jury. Crickets. I called and followed up. I put my request in writing as an official request. That led to me getting calls from 2 of those DAs. We can do it. We can give you the list, but it doesn't tell the whole story. There were very specific reasons why we might have null-prossed that, or why we did a dismissal on this one, or why we never presented this one to the grand jury. Witnesses come and go. Testimony changes. There's only so many hours in the day. DAs have to allocate resources. They make those decisions and they're very individualized. I still don't have the list. And I'm not going to tell you the DAs I called because I don't blame them. I don't blame them for not wanting me to get that because it doesn't tell the whole story. How many cases get presented or don't does not tell us the story. They were elected to exercise their prosecutorial discretion and they should be able to do that. Newsflash. Hopefully it's apparent now. Every time someone gets arrested does not mean that that person ultimately gets to have their day in court or that there's ever even anything presented to the grand jury. If you think that that's happening in brick red counties, you're wrong. If you think it's just in these blue counties where not everybody's getting prosecuted, I just want to make sure you know that you're wrong. Now, a lot of y'all in here might not like some of the things I do, some of the bills I choose to bring or the votes I choose to make, and I'm sure I feel the same way about some of y'all. I don't get to discipline you and you don't get to discipline me. Why are we treating DAs any differently? I've heard folks say, well, we've got a judicial qualifications committee and we look specially at the judges. You know why? Not every judge is a lawyer. Did y'all know that? Not every judge is a lawyer. So the state bar can't oversee all the judges. We have to have a special oversight commission for judges so that we can get them all under the umbrella of somebody. That's not true for a DA or a solicitor. Every single one of them has to be a lawyer. That means every single one of them is subject to discipline from the State Bar of Georgia. Now, you can see in the bill, the very beginning of the bill, there's a list of duties of the district attorneys. And there's one that's added there. If this was just about making sure that the DAs are doing their job, doing their duties as we've listed them out in state law, then why is that not the list that you look at to decide whether you're going to discipline a DA or not? Look a few pages back. The list for when you can discipline a DA, when you can impeach them, when you can not impeach them, when you can remove them, when you can involuntarily retire them, that's a whole different list. Has nothing to do with that first list, that's the duties. If this is just about them doing their job, why are those lists not the same? It's because that's not what this is about. I want to leave you with an example of prosecutorial discretion, and I'm not saying anybody in this chamber has ever had a situation like this, but I kind of suspect maybe you have. Ring, ring, Mr., Miss DA, Mr. and Miss Solicitor. Little Johnny's gotten in trouble. They found a little bag of weed in the car, had a little bit too much to drink, got behind the wheel. Think you could just put that in the drawer? That is now going to be a basis to remove somebody because prosecutorial discretion was exercised and maybe this misguided youth was put in a rehabilitation program, or maybe they were put on community service, or maybe they worked it out with their parents. I'm also not saying that anybody in this room is doing this, but, you know, gambling's currently illegal in this state. Maybe we can change part of that a little bit later. But gambling's currently illegal. I know that there are people in this chamber that participate in some poker games. Those don't get prosecuted. What are we going to do about that? One of my colleagues asked a question about adultery. That's still illegal. Fornication, illegal. What are we going to do about the prosecutors that aren't prosecuting those crimes? Prosecutorial discretion either exists or it doesn't, and I maintain that it needs to remain in the state. And I ask you to please vote no on House Bill 231, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Yasmin Neal is recognized to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. I rise today to speak against House Bill 231. I am going to be brief, swift. I'm not going to be here to scream or shout. I just want to talk to you for a little bit. I want to speak to a specific aspect, and that's using what we already have. In committee, the author alluded to the fact that there may have been some issue with some being hesitant of using certain measures we already have in place to hold prosecutors accountable. The options are the state bar, articles of impeachment, voters, and the AG bringing charges. Specifically, a reference was made to the fact that the one option of bringing articles of impeachment before this body hasn't been done since the 1960s. Why is that? If we have an issue that's at the level that we claim to have in the state, which we can all acknowledge that there's an issue.
If the lady will suspend
Yes,
just
sir.
for a moment. Thank you, members. Lady will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So why hasn't it been used since the 1960s? We have a measure in place that we can use, but no one has started the impeachment process to any of these prosecutors since the 1960s. This measure and the 3 other measures we have in place to remove prosecutors who are problematic already are more than sufficient for getting the desired solution, to include removal if necessary, and we will not have to spend additional money, which this bill will cause us to do. We should be careful of creating a new process with this bill when we haven't even exhausted all of the available options we currently have available to us. Options that my esteemed colleagues will elaborate on here shortly, but I know some in this body believe in smaller government and cost-saving measures. And moving forward with this bill goes against those very concepts that you and we all hold dear to us. So, join me in voting no to this measure. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Now, those in favor of the proposition will have 30 minutes that will be divided amongst themselves, and we will begin with Representative Maynor speak in favor of the bill. Representative Maynor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Declaration of Independence says governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter it. It's everyone's right to petition the government to redress their grievances. In many instances across Georgia, citizens are deprived of their constitutional right to redress their grievances against prosecutors. If the President of the United States must obey the law and be subjected to oversight, it's unfathomable to think a prosecutor should not. Those that believe they don't need oversight may be just the ones that need it. HB 231 brings attention to a serious problem. This bill doesn't solve the multitude of problems established by prosecutorial reform experts, but it brings the solution one step closer. Just as there are bad cops and exceptional cops, there are corrupt prosecutors and outstanding prosecutors. The Fulton Solicitor is amazing and deserves an award for Solicitor of the Year. But all prosecutors aren't objective and prioritize equal protections of the law. It's too difficult to redress grievances with the state bar. The AG's office says you have to file a civil suit against a DA because of their discretion. There is not one single member of this body, I'm sure, that wants to bring a DA in for impeachment. I'm not sure if this body has ever impeached a DA in Georgia's history, but I believe my friend Representative Yasmin Neal said that there was in the 60s. Finally, some may say the voters can decide, but the common voter does not know what is going on inside of a prosecutor's office. The Constitution mandates equal protection of each and every law, not just some. Until we change the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, I want all of my rights, and so do the 60,000 constituents I represent. Crimes against women in particular that have lost people, well, crimes against women as well as families that have lost children to police violence are particularly harmed by prosecutorial misconduct and lawlessness. Each district has its own stories. Prosecutorial misconduct for crimes against women further victimize women. If a woman is harmed by someone she's married to or in a romantic or friendly relationship with, prosecutors have become numb to these violations because many women decide later they don't want to press charges. But for those that have truly been traumatized by a crime and victimized in their community, They're further victimized because prosecutors have become numb. A prosecutor repeatedly told an immigrant woman that doesn't speak English they can't help her because she's married to the accuser. Finally, I was able to get her help from the Grace Commission after months. As a victim of stalking, I received calls from all over the state about stalking, from women pleading for help because the prosecutors have become numb to their stories. Additionally, some prosecutors practice subjectivity over objectivity, with a sprinkle of helping a friend if they are part of the defense, while they're working for Georgia and Georgia's victims. Police officers admit they take their investigations to the DA office before the judge that could potentially issue an arrest warrant. Police officers and district attorneys have decided to partner, which gives prosecutors additional authority as judge and jury. The police perspective is, if the prosecutor tells them they refuse to prosecute the case and won't do anything with the evidence presented, it doesn't make sense for them to go in front of a judge to get a warrant for the crime. And just like that, the prosecutor has hindered justice and due process from the onset. The current prosecutorial system has lost objectivity because prosecutors believe themselves, some, to be the ruler of the law without oversight. This coordinated effort to eliminate judicial oversight and due process is unbeknownst to the general public. It's a secret relationship between some DAs and some officers. People have the right to speak freely, just as I am. This is my right and why I'm speaking on behalf of House Bill 231 and the victims that have been victimized by prosecutors. You can't shut people up because you don't like them or what they say, and you certainly can't muzzle a person because they don't agree with you. But prosecutors can silence a citizen's voice from ever being heard. How would you feel as a victim if your voice is stolen and you lose your right to due process of the law? I say this bill is bad. I say this bill is bad is actually very sad. The saddest part of this political propaganda is that it only helps the politician while further suppressing victims that are overlooked, marginalized, and alienated. There are a group of families that stand on the Capitol steps year after year. I've seen them for the past 2 years. They hold up pictures of their loved ones, mostly their children, because of police violence. About 3 weeks ago, I learned no one was helping them. I ultimately spent 7 hours with each of them over the course of the next 2 days to understand the details of each killing and to introduce them to some bipartisan leadership in hopes of a solution for prosecutorial reform. I met with the governor's office as well to introduce these family stories to the highest officer in our state, Governor Brian Kemp. Victims don't care about party affiliation. They want help. Javis Benjamin and Andrew Smyrna Jr.'s family wish the DeKalb DA did more for their cases. Pernell Harris's family wishes the Coffee County DA did more for their cases. Jabril Robinson and Eric Holmes, they wish the Clayton DA did more for their family members that were killed. And Leadon Boykin's family wishes Paulding County did more for their family member that was killed. Jairus Likes, Nigel Collins, and more have been coming to the Capitol holding pictures of their loved ones, but not getting justice because of prosecutorial subjectivity. Some may call it discretion, others call it a violation of their rights. DAs can't be allowed to abuse their office to help friends They cannot be allowed to abuse their office by helping defense out, if that is why they're doing it. They also cannot say that they're not prosecuting cases because they just don't have the time or resources. There must be an opportunity for checks and balances with the chief law enforcement officer of a county, which represents the state of Georgia. Their power is traumatizing when used inappropriately in a frivolous manner. This is not a Democrat-Republican bill, even though it is being portrayed that way. The Democrats in my district want justice and safe streets. No one likes people looking over their shoulder, but the safety of Georgians is at a critical stage right now, and it requires much from our prosecutors. There is a DA in Georgia that has committed crimes, and I say to you again, alleged crimes. I say to you again, to get help for victims, you cannot go to the AG's office. The AG's office will tell you you have to file a civil suit. You cannot go to the bar. It's too difficult to file complaints with the bar if you're not an attorney. Voters who elect the DAs have no idea what is going on. And we talked about impeachment that hasn't happened since the 1960s. This bill doesn't solve every problem, but it's better than nothing, and it brings attention to a neglected problem. We actually need a prosecutorial reform study committee to dig deeper into the injustices happening across this great state. Vote for your community and the families I mentioned that didn't get justice from their prosecutors. Your yes vote will lead the state one step closer to fairness for victims that have been traumatized by prosecutor lawlessness. Thank you.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Petrie to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm going to tell you a couple stories. I want to begin by just asking you a question. So how is an oversight committee correct and appropriate for our judges who have the vast power to sentence someone to life or to dismiss a case, but not for district attorneys who have their own vast authority and discretion? So when a DA fails to fulfill their oath of office and to protect the community, they are indeed the chief law enforcement officer in a community, and then they pretend they're protected somehow under the guise of being elected official, how long does the community suffer? And so I listened a moment ago to Representative Evans, and I wanted to say amen about something you were speaking to, Representative. Indeed, these issues are in both types of counties, to use that phraseology. Whether they're red or blue matters not to me, and I'm going to give you two examples of a red and a blue county to make your point. So I'm going to tell you a story about the county I live in, then I'm going to tell you a story about the county my father died in, where my farm's located. Each politically different, same problems. So let me tell you a little bit about Chatham County right now. In Chatham County, in the last 2 years, we've had 30 murders reduced, dismissed, or pled to probation. We had a rapist who got 18 months for raping a girl, a young lady. We've had victims that have not been notified of court hearings and pleas in violation of the law, of course. We had 143 employees 2 years ago in our DA's office, now down to 75. Our judges got a memo about whole classes of laws that would no longer be prosecuted. Our DA's office was recently held in contempt of court by a sitting Superior Court judge for not complying with numerous scheduling orders, resulting in delays. We've had several not guilty verdicts for murder in the last month alone due to lack of experience. And due to the high turnover, most of our superior courts are understaffed, and one indeed has no assigned DAs to it today. So that's one example. Now let me give you another example of a completely different county. the place where my daddy died. So about 3 years ago, my daddy died in an accident where he was killed in an accident, and the other driver at 8 a.m. was way drunk, way over the legal limit. 8 a.m. He had a history of multiple DUIs. He was driving on a suspended license. He had no insurance. Doesn't matter the county. But here's what happened. Repeated calls to the county, to the courthouse, to find out when is this man going to trial. Repeated calls again and again and again. Messages left again and again and again. Never a call back. Family was never notified when it went to trial. And indeed, it went to trial, and that man was given reckless driving, my friends. When I finally, weeks later, found the incompetent and corrupt solicitor of Evans County, Georgia, let me tell you what he told me. I wrote it down in my notes on a yellow sticky pad the day I finally got him on the phone. This is what he told me. Quote, "I did not know there was an accident in that case." My friends, I don't care what county you're in. When you're the chief law enforcement officer of a community, you have one job, and that is to protect the community. And if you can't do that, somebody needs to provide some oversight and some guidance. And that's what we're trying to do here, this measure. I hope you'll join me in voting for this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader of Strachan to speak to the bill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I come to you today to speak to a very specific aspect of House Bill 231. Of course, I'm a former assistant district attorney, worked as a prosecutor, felony prosecutor, and familiar with the responsibilities that DAs have. But also, I want to talk to you as a legislator, and I've spoken on this subject from this well. You know, this issue, and I think that this is very important to note because the characterization of this issue, in my mind, has really been distorted as we've been debating this, discussing the bill this session. You know, this issue originally came, I remember the moment when this issue was first discussed with me. It was just after the horrific video of Ahmaud Arbery was made public, of his murder was made public. And I had a call with an attorney, respected attorney from the Southern Center for Human Rights, respected civil rights organization, discussing, she and I had served together on the Council for Criminal Justice Reform, discussing the needed reforms we needed to see as a result of this horrific video. And at the time, it was 2020. We were on the break for the pandemic at the time, and the hate crimes bill had passed the Georgia House in 2019, was pending in the state Senate, and we discussed, number one, we've got to pass the hate crimes law. Number two, we've got to repeal citizen's arrest. And as you recall, we've done both of those things in this chamber and in this Gold Dome. But the third thing we discussed back in 2020 was the need for prosecutorial oversight. The fact that in Georgia there was no means of holding DAs accountable if they acted in a corrupt or an illegal manner. There was no effective means under the law as we had for judges with the JQC, and we needed something comparable for DAs. And you know, as this issue has been discussed this session, I feel that that has really been missed. That was the genesis, at least in my mind, of how this issue came about. And the need to have oversight for prosecutors, I think ever since, has really been shown. And you know why? Because since that call, since that time, there have been times in Georgia where there have been multiple elected prosecutors under serious investigation or under indictment. Multiple prosecutors. And there was no means to take steps effectively as this bill would provide for, to allow for an investigation by competent individuals qualified to look into the allegations, and by a panel to allow for removal. I would just submit to you that having been a prosecutor, understanding the importance of prosecutorial discretion, this bill in no way erodes that. In fact, I think it highlights the importance of it, the importance and necessity to review cases case by case. It also, I think, recognizes that the proposed alternatives for removing prosecutors just are not sufficient unless this bill is passed. Waiting on the voters to consider an issue with a DA until the next election is up, having the voters in a district who just have to live with things as they are until the next election 4 years from then, that's not practical. The State Bar of Georgia generally only takes action against licensed lawyers in criminal cases after the conviction has occurred that I'm familiar with. And impeachment, if we're not in session, what are we waiting until the legislative session reconvenes in January or holding a special session to pursue impeachment? I don't see these as viable options. This is a reasonable approach under the circumstances to deal with a real issue. And that is, we have terrific prosecutors in the state of Georgia. But for those circumstances where a DA or a solicitor is violating the law, is instigating sexual harassment, is the target of a corruption investigation, we need to have adequate law so that the voters are protected, so that the citizens are protected. And the immense power that an elected prosecutor has, as has been discussed, is not further abused. And it's for that reason I would encourage you to vote in favor of House Bill 231. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. There is a minority report. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The chair recognizes Representative Roberts for the time reserved for the minority report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to ask you to vote no on House Bill 231. In addition to all the reasons outlined by my colleagues, I think every single one of us needs to think about this. I have listened to all the arguments, and as an attorney, I know how much thought and preparation has to go into each case. And we, as attorneys, we use discretion whether it's a civil case or a criminal case. These prosecutors or solicitors are subject to the state bar, the Constitution. There are multiple avenues for which we can hold them accountable, including elections. The sponsors of this bill have been very open about why they are filing it and who they're targeting. The thing I heard most was Democratic DAs that have made statements about not prosecuting specific types of cases. But here's the thing, all the DAs who testified in our committee said their decision not to prosecute crimes such as a doctor who's administering reproductive care is because they were prioritizing violent crimes pursuant to their prosecutorial discretion. Isn't that what we've been doing this entire session? I have listened to bills addressing gang crimes, drive-by shootings, increasing mandatory minimums in several sections of our criminal code. So if the targeted DAs and members of this body are focused on what we keep talking about, which is public safety and reducing violent crime in Georgia, then why do we need to spend valuable taxpayer dollars to create another layer of government to perform prosecutorial oversight when our code and Constitution already have provisions that do just that? All of our DAs across the state are overworked, understaffed, and underfunded. Why would we put additional burdens on them when they are trying to protect Georgians just like we are? Something else to consider. In subsection F5 on line 175, one of the grounds for discipline removal, or involuntary requirement is, and I quote, "conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice, which brings the office into disrepute." And for reference, the Cambridge English Dictionary defines disrepute as the state of not being respected or trusted. But who decides if a DA is in a state of not being trusted? Some of you might think it's the liberal DAs saying they won't prosecute certain arguably less violent crimes. You would say they qualify under this very broad and ambiguous ground for discipline. Others of us in this chamber might think a DA is in a state of not being trusted when she consistently requests bond be denied in cases that haven't been sufficiently investigated, and it results in citizens unnecessarily spending months or even years in jail only to be acquitted. I'm aware of one rural DA who took office at the end of 2020 and in just 2 years under her leadership, wrongfully accused individuals spent a cumulative total of 7,000 days in jail only to be acquitted by a judge, a jury of their peers, or a dismissal. One particular gentleman requested bond 3 times, spent over 3 years in jail only to receive a not guilty verdict. Someone might say they were just being tough on crime, that they were keeping the violent criminals in jail. I think we can agree that bringing the office into disrepute is open to so many interpretations, and we may all want to think about our own DAs and whether we want to open this Pandora's box. During the committee hearing, I tried to make a friendly amendment to at least limit who could file a complaint against a DA. I wanted it to be restricted to a voter in the county or judicial circuit where the DA or Solicitor General was elected or appointed, or a victim of crime that occurred in that same jurisdiction. This would prevent, for example, a Fulton County voter from filing a complaint against the DA in Bullock County simply because they believed her conduct was prejudicial to the administration of justice. The DA is elected by the people of that county or judicial circuit, and they know best who represents their values. So I believe standing should be limited to those voters, but my friendly amendment wasn't accepted. I thought that was really strange. You know, we've all said this isn't political, but why would they object to standing? That makes sense. And I think it was raised that anyone in the state can file a state bar complaint, so why shouldn't it be the same? That's true, but if you go on the state bar's website and you pull up the form that you file, it very clearly asks, when was your first contact with that attorney? The nature of bar complaints is you're complaining about your attorney. You have special grievances against them and how they represented you. So I think we should keep that same thought process to standing, but this was not accepted. So I have to ask myself again, why? Why are we spending taxpayer money to create another level of government when there are already provisions to address prosecutorial oversight? The only conclusion I can reach is that it's more of the same we've been seeing, where members of this body don't like Democrats, that Democrats are winning elections. So they want to substitute their will over that of the voters in those majority Democratic communities. We saw it last year with local districting bills, but y'all, this is dangerous territory. When you start chipping away at Georgians' fundamental right to elect their local leaders, and they can't even hold you accountable at the ballot box because they aren't in your district, that is the very definition of authoritarianism. Demographics are changing, populations are increasing. Who knows what the political landscape will be in 2 years or 10 years? Before you vote on this bill, I want every member of this body to really think about whether you want someone from outside your community filing complaints against your DA or Solicitor General, because this bill doesn't just allow liberal DAs to be challenged. More importantly, consider we have multiple avenues under our state code and constitution for addressing these issues. is this the best use of taxpayer money? Because the fiscal note that was done initially on this is $1.5 million. Then it was brought up, it was added to the bill that special recall elections, and the sponsors of the bill said there was no fiscal note on that. We have no idea how many complaints against DAs will be brought. So we have no idea what that cost is. Is that how we want to be spending taxpayer money when we already have avenues to resolve this? Finally, if our DAs are prioritizing reducing violent crime, shouldn't we be supporting them rather than targeting them? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying to see you there. I yield the well.
There are no questions, and the lady has yielded the well. It's the chairman's time, and the chair recognizes Chairman Smith to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of the chairman's time to Vice Chairman Gaines.
The gentleman has yielded the well, and the chair recognizes Representative Gaines to speak to the bill for the chairman's time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I want to start off by thanking Representative Gullett for his leadership on this issue and bringing this issue to the forefront. The speaker just before me mentioned that we were targeting Democrats. Well, his interest in this bill is because of a Republican DA who had issues in that community. But as Leader Estration outlined, you know, the real intent behind this measure has been widely the issue and the purpose behind this has been distorted, both by the national media. When you read I saw an article in the New York Times this weekend about this bill. What they're saying is the intent behind it, and what the minority party is saying in the intent behind the legislation. It's not what the issue is actually before you. When I hear the minority party talking about discretion, this bill does nothing to take away the discretion of elected solicitors and district attorneys. That's not what this bill is about. Instead, I want to walk you through what this measure will address in our state. We have an issue in areas throughout Georgia, and Representative Petrie talked about this in the Chatham area, but I want to tell you about the Western Judicial Circuit. On day one, when our district attorney was elected, she put out a memo outlining what cases and what issues she simply was not going to prosecute, what offenses she was just going to choose on her own to not prosecute. And that memo is right here. It was the first thing she did on day one. That was early on in her term, but let me tell you, this was over just the last 4 months, what I'm about to outline for you. Again, this is just the last 4 months in the Western Judicial Circuit, and explain to you why lives are at stake and the importance of passing this measure. And I'll start off just with an example a couple of weeks ago where our district attorney was actually caught lying to the court, and that brought issues forward in that case. The Superior Court judges, all 4 of our Superior Court judges, signed a letter in which it outlined how cases are being delayed because of the state's lack of preparation and or failure to follow proper procedures. The DA's office has an issue with staffing. I'll read just a couple headlines from articles in our local newspaper. Western Circuit's DA's office limping along with decimated staff of prosecutors. While they were budgeted for 17, they're down to just 3 assistant district attorneys. And you may say, well, all DA offices are having challenges with staffing right now. Well, another local paper went out and talked to other DAs into the surrounding counties. And the headline, nearby judicial circuits don't have ADA shortages as significant as the Western Judicial Circuit. And here's a brief quote from the article. While DA Deborah Gonzalez has attributed the prosecutorial staffing crisis to non-competitive salaries, the Oconee Enterprise discovered that 2 of the 4 surrounding judicial circuits are not experiencing ADA shortages to the same extent as the Western Judicial Circuit. But really, let's get into some cases and talk through. So those are office issues. But here are the real consequences for having no prosecutorial oversight in our state. Athens sex trafficking case dismissed due to mishandling by the DA's office. That's a headline in our local paper. The judge had dismissed a case against a 25-year-old who faced charges of trafficking of a person for sexual servitude, statutory rape, kidnapping, false imprisonment, and aggravated child molestation. The case hadn't been brought to trial under the speedy trial statute because of prosecutorial mismanagement. So an individual who was facing charges, again, of statutory rape, kidnapping, false imprisonment, and aggravated child molestation was not brought to trial because simply the DA's office failed to do its job. Here's another case. Acquitted of murder in Athens, charged with murder in Jackson County. A man who beat murder charges in Athens over a year ago was recently arrested for a murder in Jackson County. This was an individual that the law enforcement agency had found the murder weapon on the suspect. The DA's office failed to call several key witnesses that would have put the suspect at the scene of the crime. So someone is now dead because of the DA's office incompetence. Again, acquitted of murder in Athens, a year later goes and kills somebody else in Jackson County. Here's another headline. Athens woman acquitted of murder charges, another murder charge in boyfriend's 2019 shooting death. In her first criminal trial as a prosecutor, our DA, by the way, just tried her first case personally in the last 3 months. District Attorney Deborah Gonzalez reportedly tried to prove that as a motive for killing the individual, the suspect stood to gain from an insurance policy. However, the prosecution was unable to get the insurance policy before the jury due to a judge ruling that the proper foundation for its introduction to the trial as evidence had not been laid. Just the other day, I was speaking to a 2L, a second-year law student group here at the Capitol. They knew how to introduce evidence in a case like that, but our district attorney did not. Here's another headline. Again, these are all from the last 4 months. Improper court procedure leads to dismissal of a case of Athens man who allegedly shot a victim in the neck. The case of an Athens man accused of shooting a person in the neck was recently dismissed because proper court procedure had not been followed. The judge dismissed the case because the district attorney failed to bring it to a grand jury. Yet again, to have talked to many lawyers, and very few don't recognize the need to bring it to a grand jury. We've seen issue after issue after issue in our community. Lives are truly at stake in areas where you have prosecutors who don't know how to do their job and are failing to do their job. That's why this bill is so important, and I would urge this body, for the people of the Western Judicial Circuit, but circuits across this state, prosecutors need oversight. I can't think of another elected office in this state where there is zero oversight. So I would ask this body's favorable consideration of House Bill 231 because lives truly are at stake. We can't wait 2 more years in Athens for the next election. We can't wait in other areas throughout this state. So please join me in voting for House Bill 231. And Madam Speaker, I will yield the well. Mr. Speaker.
Good catch. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Stacey Evans rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that the system that we have works? Isn't it true that the Paulding DA that we heard so much about was ultimately removed by the governor and could have been removed much sooner if the Attorney General had actually acted and stood in his power? And isn't it further true, Mr. Speaker, that the DA that mishandled, to say the least, the Ahmaud Arbery case was also taken care of under the system that we have, and that is the voters voted that person out the very next opportunity they have. So isn't it further true, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is completely unnecessary?
I'm sure the lady has her opinion. Our Attorney General's a fine man and a great jurist, does a great job. For what purpose does Representative Kennard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that when the Glenn County prosecutor failed to levy charges in the Arbery case, that the Attorney General exercised prosecutorial oversight by grabbing a new prosecutor in another county, and that person successfully prosecuted that case that led to a conviction? Is that not prosecutorial oversight, sir?
I'm sure the gentleman has an opinion, and I'm sure he believes in what he speaks. For what purpose does Chairman Collins rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I'm supporting House Bill 231 because of a terrible job that a former Republican DA out in West Georgia did? And I want to make sure we have oversight of these kind of folks.
I'm sure the gentleman knows of what he speaks. That's where he's from. For what purpose does Representative Miller rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the JQC, which is the commission upon which the Prosecution Oversight Commission is modeled, often takes years, upwards of 5 or 6 years, to adjudicate complaints against judges?
I'm not sure how that agency works, but I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks.
Follow-up question?
Do you have a further inquiry? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it not true that the fastest way to remove a district attorney who has committed a violation of their oath of office is to indict them, as the Attorney General already has the power to, and for the governor to suspend them, which he can do immediately? Isn't that the most efficient way to deal with wayward prosecutors?
I'm sure the lady is educated in the matters she speaks about, and she certainly believes everything she just said to me and to this body. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas are 98, the nays 75. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
To move for reconsideration.
You'd like to make a motion?
To make a motion, please.
State your motion.
I'd like to move that we can reconsider our action on House Bill 231.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 231 by Representative Gullett of the 19th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 18 and Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding prosecuting attorneys so as to create the Prosecuting Attorneys Oversight Commission.
On the lady's motion that the House reconsider House Bill 231, is there objection? All those in favor of reconsidering House Bill 231 will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion to reconsider House Bill 231, the House has failed to reconsider it. Its action on House Bill 231. The yeas were 70, the nays were 98. The motion fails. We have some announcements before we take a recess. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. GLBC will have Mango's Caribbean Restaurant downstairs, cap 2:30. It's gone? Oh, never mind. It's gone.
Chairman Richard Smith is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Suspend just for a moment, Mr. Chairman. You may want to hear this one.
Yeah, I think a lot of you need to hear this one. Remember, it's crossover day, and it's only 5 hours till midnight. Not everybody's bill is going to get through. Not everybody's bill is going to get through. And it's nothing personal. So don't take it personal. But there's a lot of bills that have been dropped who were passed in the last 2 days and in some cases today that may not make it through. Rules will meet at 8 o'clock. Rules will meet at 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have another announcement. Chairman Billy Mitchell has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic caucus will meet in 6:05. There will be a virtual option and dinner will be served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That completes